Welcome to Classic Trials. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we make sense of the law one bite at a time. In this series, we observe and analyze the play-by-play of some of the biggest trials that have shaped the public consciousness of the American judicial system. In this season, we're working our way through the case of California v. Erik and Lyle Menendez. Growing up in Princeton, New Jersey, and then Beverly Hills, California, these young men had everything they could ever want, or so it seemed, until one night on August 20th, 1989, they approached Jose and Kitty Menendez with newly purchased shotguns. Put on trial for murdering their own parents, they claimed self-defense, arguing they were terrorized in their own home by abusive parents until they could take no more. Which argument is more convincing? Come join and see for yourself. All right. Hello, everybody. We are joined here with Mavi, of course, and Indy is on the floor. She was on the couch just a minute ago and decided that she realized that we were starting. And so she was like, I don't want to be on camera. Oh, no, kitty cat. She is leaning on the keyboard. Never a good thing. Hey, you need to come over here. One second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, come chill over here. It's more comfortable anyway. Hey. Alrighty. Anyway, happy Monday. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I hope you guys are okay. You're coming back. I hope you guys are having a good one. I hope you had a good weekend, and I hope you have a good start to your week. And if not, I hope it. No, what are you doing? I hope it gets better. Okay, you little agent of chaos. I love you, but you're an agent of chaos. Okay, let's put this over here. Okay, now she's going to hop off the desk. Small earthquake incoming. There it is. Okay. All righty. Anyhow, what did I do here? Somehow. Oh, there we go. Okay. I couldn't see the chat here on the side. Something happened there, but I fixed it. Okay. Anyway, little bit of a frazzled start. Sorry about that. It happens, as you guys well know. But anyhow, yeah, so we've got, of course, another episode of Classic Trials. Some more Dr. Ann Burgess. It looks like we're going to be wrapping her testimony up today. It's going to be mostly Leslie and then a little bit of Pam. So it's going to be some sensitive stuff. I think like the first question out of the gate is about children and SA. So keep that in mind. All of the same trigger warnings as usual are always in effect, of course, but I imagine the mods will probably get that in the chat. I'll pull them onto the screen from time to time. If any of this ever triggers anything for you that is very difficult for you to be a part of, you need a moment, do whatever you need. Also, any questions you guys have, if I can't answer them in the moment, I will be saving them to answer them at some point. But here's a good one from Isle of Pine. This is in front of only one jury, right? Yes, that's at the end of the episode last week. We learned that they were going to be only in front of Erik's jury now. So Lyle's jury had to walk out. And so this is all going to have to do with Erik. So probably given that and the initial question right off the bat about the childhood SA, there's going to be a lot about that. So we'll see what exactly we get into there, but I imagine it's going to be a lot of that. Star Sourcer just became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for joining Bite Club and supporting the channel. You guys, I say this every time, but I love and appreciate every single way that people can support the channel, whether that is just watching and liking and commenting, or just watching and lurking, or watching and supporting by becoming a member or by buying super chats or anything like that. I appreciate every single one of you. So thank you so much, Star Sourcer, for becoming a member. And I hope to see you on For this Friday, that's another announcement. This Friday we won't be having a members only stream. I'm going to try to do it on Thursday instead, but this weekend, I'm going to be out and about a bit on Friday. So I won't be able to do our usual members only live stream. So I was going to say, be sure to show up for it. But otherwise, other than this Friday, generally speaking, Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern time is when we just do a casual members only live stream where we chat about all kinds of stuff. So anyway, thank you so much for becoming a member. Anyhow, here is an example of some of the resources that my wonderful mods will often put up into the chat. So for those of you that are maybe having a hard time, you need someone to talk to about any of this stuff, because we talk about sensitive stuff on this channel. Here are some resources for you. Those will show up from time to time as well. Emily Aaron, member for 7 months. Wow, 7 months. Happy to be here. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you so much for being a channel supporter for 7 whole months. I appreciate the hell out of you. And everybody else who was able to be a member, whether that is by buying it themselves or by having been gifted a membership. I love it. I love it. And also Mountain Princess 207, member for 14 months with some mind blown emojis. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So, alrighty. Okay. Other than that, I think that's about, one more announcement before we get into it. A little bit of housekeeping. Tomorrow, we're going to do another live stream, not for classic trials, but what we're going to do is we're going to go through the latest hearing in the Courtney Clenny case, the OnlyFans murder case. I mentioned it in the last members only stream on Friday. I talked about it a little bit, but I think it is so worthwhile going through that 1 hour long hearing, because there's a lot that they go into that we really get a good look behind the scenes as to what's going on in the pretrial litigation phase. Yeah, it's a spicy hearing. It's a very spicy hearing. In a number of ways. They talk about the parents getting arrested. They talk about how TMZ was actually wrong in their reporting. So anyhow, and also, hi Mom, good to see you. And I see that you are now at cookie level. You can't really see it on the screen, but I can see it in the chat. You are now a chocolate chip cookie. I love it. Typical, of course. It's very fitting that my mom is one of the first ones to make it to chocolate chip cookie level. So anyhow, all right, folks, let's get into it, shall we? Let's do it. But I'll be posting stuff about the live stream tomorrow. Also, I think 10 a.m. East Coast time is going to be a good time for that as well. So that way we can all watch it together. Okay, cool. All right, let's do it. Let's get into it. I think that's all that I have for that. Okay. All right. Here we go. And for now, since Indy's not in the chair, I guess we'll do it. Well, this is fine. Whatever. It's fine. All righty. Let's get to it.
And all counsel, the witness is on witness stand. Would you state your name again for the record?
And Wolbert Burgess.
I'll remind you you're still under oath and you may continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Burgess, have you done research in the area of the sexual molestation of children?
Yes, I have.
And how extensive has that
Like I said, right off the bat.
research been?
Research has been since the 1980s. It has been under funded federal grants as well as individual work.
Now, federal grants, or who does the money go to if you receive funding from the federal government for research? Money from the federal government for research.
It goes to the university.
The university that employs you?
That's correct.
And does it pay you or does it pay other people?
It pays other people.
And how much funded research? What's the dollar amount of funded research that you have done?
Can you clarify what you mean by the dollar amount?
Yeah, how much money have your research projects received from the federal government?
Sustained.
How many different studies or research projects has the federal government funded for you?
I've been funded for, I believe it's 7 grants in the area of child and adolescent sexual assault, or its correlates.
What do you mean by correlates?
Well, for example, we looked at the issue of AIDS and sexual assault. So that would be an aspect, if you will, of sexual assault. We'd look at memory in children. You have to, in a grant, identify what specifically you're going to look at.
You're talking about memory in children who have been the victims of sexual assaults?
That is correct.
So these are various aspects of studying the nature and effects of sexual assault on children?
That is correct.
And in addition to doing research in this area, have you conducted first a clinical practice in treating the victims of child sexual abuse?
Yes, I have.
And how many patients have you treated in that practice?
Certainly hundreds. I can't give you a precise number.
And have you also evaluated children, adolescents, and young adults to determine, first, if they were the victims of child sexual assault, and second, what the effects of that was on them?
Yes, I have.
And have you done that for both private and public organizations?
Yes, I have.
Have you done that for courts?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified on the issue of child sexual assault and its effects in both civil and criminal courts?
Yes, I have.
And in criminal cases, approximately how many times have you testified on behalf of the prosecution?
Probably 20 to 30 times.
And how many times have you testified on behalf of a defendant or a juvenile accused of wrongdoing?
As many as 5 to 10 times.
So this is of course to get into, does she ever testify for the other side? Does she always testify for the defense? This showing that she has in fact testified on behalf of the prosecution in the past means that she doesn't have a pro-defense bias in these kinds of cases. Also, a couple questions here, Mary M. No, this is direct examination. I don't know if you remember, or maybe you weren't there at the end of episode 56 last week, but they ended her testimony as to both juries. So now this is only in front of Erik Menendez's jury, and so they're starting with a direct examination. There will be a cross examination at the end. Also, Tish wanted to know, why does the research funding question get an objection? So this has to do with relevance. Why does it help the jury one way or another to know how much money she gets paid through her research? I think that the reason why Leslie was trying to get that in was probably because of the inevitable question that was going to come her way, or that had already come her way, if I remember correctly now, from Pam, about how much she's been paid for her time on this particular thing, or for this particular project, this job, right, of being an expert in this case, both analyzing beforehand and then also analyzing the stuff that has come out so far before her testimony, and then also actually testifying. That's why Leslie would want it in. But the reason why, and that is to compare how much, research comes in, or how much funding comes in that she's used to seeing versus how much she's actually getting paid for this particular work here. But I think the reason why is because it's like, it's not totally relevant as to like, how much she could be incentivized for bias one way or another, to be financially incentivized. Anyway, or maybe Leslie just didn't put the foundation or the framing for it well enough for the judge to say, okay, I'll allow it. But yeah, that's basically why. The reason why they allow the financial question as to how much she's getting paid for her time in testifying is because of the financial bias issue on that specific testimony, to say, okay, well, maybe she's being incentivized financially to skew her, what she says. She's basically being a hired gun. She's being bought and paid for, right? but that's the only real reason why that's let in for these purposes. I hope that answers your question.
In your both clinical practice and in your capacity as an evaluator, have you ever rejected reports of abuse as unfounded or not credible?
Yes, I have.
And apart from your own personal research and your own clinical and evaluating practice, have you kept abreast of all the research and writing in the field of child sexual abuse that's been conducted by other interested professionals?
Yes, I've tried to, as best as one can, keep up with journals.
Is there a great deal of research and writing in this area over the past 10 years, say?
Yes, there is.
Now, yesterday you gave a number of approximately 1.5 million reported cases of child abuse in the United States.
That is correct.
And within the field, is there a projection of how many unreported cases there are as compared to the reported cases?
Yes, there is.
And what is that projection?
The projection is slightly different for males and females, but for females, it's projected at 1 in 4. For males, it's projected that there's a larger number that don't report, and so it's more like perhaps 1 in 5, 1 in as many as 9.
Now, that 1 in 4 means that only 1 in 4 victims report?
Correct.
And the 1 in 5 for males is that only 1 in 5 males report abuse?
That is correct.
And that's abuse of all 3 types that we've discussed: emotional, psychological / emotional, sexual, and physical?
No, that tends to be more the sexual abuse is what we're talking about.
Do you have a total number of reported cases of child sexual abuse?
I don't have that number of just the sexual abuse.
But whatever the number, the projection is that only 1 child out of 5 males will report it.
And that's a conservative, yes, number.
And is that report a voluntary report, or is it a report that's often based on someone else coming forward and then the child being questioned?
Yes, because of the mandated reporting laws in each state, more likely to be someone who does report that.
Other than the child himself?
That's correct.
Are there any statistics kept on a slightly different issue? How many sexually abused children actually voluntarily on their own talk about it?
Want to rephrase the question?
Yes, tell other people, disclose themselves for the first time.
Well, for a child to disclose, they're still going to have to, then somebody else has to identify it to an authority person for it to actually get reported. So because of the nature of children, it's very rare that they would walk to an authority person that would just to like walk into a hospital or to a police station. That is rarely happens.
Is there some understanding with respect to the psychology of sexually abused children, dealing with their reluctance or eagerness, on the other hand, to reveal what has been happening to them?
Yes.
And what is the understanding in that regard?
Well, first of all, it's very difficult for a child to even come forward to anybody. And usually if they're going to disclose spontaneously, it's going to be somebody within their caretaking or school environment. When it happens that it's to a caretaker, then they go through a second, if you will, filtering system. There are a lot of families that may not want to then bring it forward to authorities. So there are kind of 2 gates, if you will, to really understanding how many children are abused.
Are you familiar with the testimony in this case from Diane Vandermolen, a cousin of Erik and Lyle's, who indicated that when she was staying in the family residence, Lyle made a report to her of improper touching by his father?
Yes.
And Diane's report to the mother was rejected.
Yes, I am aware of that.
And do the studies show that the rejection by a caretaker of such reports is a relatively common phenomenon?
Yeah.
As to what?
As to that particular the preceding question and this one. improper thing.
You're objecting to the previous question, which
I'm
was just
objecting-
asking whether or not she was aware of the testimony.
Right, and I'm objecting to this question in light of the previous question. The improper appearance.
Right, let me hear the question reread then.
Last question,
Yes.
Question, and do the studies show that the rejection by a caretaker of such reports is a relatively common phenomenon?
Right, objection sustained to the question to the extent that it referred to the previous incident that was recounted in a question. And you can rephrase it in a more general sense.
Do the studies show that caretakers, the non-molesting caretaker, frequently reject reports of abuse either by the child or by third parties reporting it?
Same objection and relevant.
Overall,
Yes.
Basically getting to the point about like, if a lot of people, when they look at a case like this, if they haven't been familiarized with these types of cases, especially, they'll be like, what mother would not want to protect their child, right? What, if this is the father that's doing these kinds of things, how could she possibly have A, known about it, B, known about it and done nothing about it? But what she's saying here is that the research here is suggesting otherwise, that very often in these types of cases, it happens in an environment where the non-abusing parent is denying that it's happening or just ignoring it, or both.
In evaluating a child, an adolescent, or a young adult for a history of sexual molestation, is it necessary to examine the entire dynamic of the nuclear family?
Yes, it is.
Now, we'll get back to that in a moment, but I would like you to define for the jury what within the research is called sexual abuse of a child.
Sexual abuse of a child consists of the sexual touching, fondling, penetration of a child. It also includes the photographing of a child. That's called child pornography. That is also considered sexual abuse.
And why is sex between a child and an adult, what's wrong with that?
Several things. First of all, a child is not a consenting.
It's obviously like we know that Leslie knows what's wrong with that, but she has to ask it in that way, in an open-ended kind of way, so that she can respond, with all of her research and her experience and everything, and give the like expert opinion reasons as to why, as to what is wrong with that whole situation. It seems like such a silly question to ask, but she kind of has to ask it in that way.
Consenting partner. Second, it introduces prematurely a sexual component in a relationship.
I'll
Third,
stop you there for a moment. Are children equipped at 6 or 8 or 12 for sexual interaction with adults?
no, they are not.
And what happens to them if they're forced into that kind of interaction with an adult?
It sets into motion a new phenomenon for them to have to deal with. They have to deal with it both cognitively and behaviorally. And that is what is meant by that premature introduction, as well as it's not a consenting factor for the development of the child.
Are there studies that show what happens to the child's sense of security or sense of self-worth if they're in a situation where they feel they have no control over what is done to their bodies?
Yes, this is one of the feelings that children have, is this out of control aspect of the abuse.
And does that impact their ability to function? Does that impact their sense of self? Does that impact their sense of well-being?
Yes, it does.
And in what way?
It begins to, first of all, it's very confusing for a child, and they
No
have
kidding.
to begin to sift and sort what is going on It detracts them from normal growth and development, in which they are supposed to seek out their own activities and achieve their own accomplishments under the control, if you will, of an adult. So all of these factors then begin to speak to the sense of inadequacy and their self-assuredness, and it begins to really erode that component of a child's view of themselves, their self-perception.
Okay. Now, were there other factors in describing why sex is wrong between adults and children?
Certainly, it misrepresents moral standards, and that's one of the confusing factors to a child.
Do children know somehow that it's wrong?
Well, this is,
Cause for speculation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Based on the research, have there been studies that indicate what the children's attitude at various ages is towards these acts being perpetrated on them?
yes, they begin to develop this sense of right and wrong. That's an important developmental task anyway for children. And although it does occur at various ages, that's one factor. The other bit of evidence that says that children react to this is even in very, very young children, we see the protest behavior, even though it's not an overt protest behavior, so that even at that level, even very young children will protest, cry.
So they have a sense that it's wrong, what's being done to them.
Yes,
And they have a sense that they don't like it.
yes.
Is there a developmental age when if a child is being molested, they become cognitively aware that what is being done to them is really wrong?
Yes, both cognitively, and they begin to more actively think about it. Their whole thinking as they're developing. Yes, there is an age.
And what is that age?
And that tends to be around adolescence as they're approaching puberty.
And do children who are being molested as they approach puberty experience a heightening of distress and difficulty with coping with what's happening to them?
Yes, and it may be accounted for various reasons, but generally you do see changing. If they've been in an ongoing situation, you will see some change around puberty.
And where will those changes tend to manifest themselves in the life of a child? Or where can the changes usually be most noted in the life of a child?
Well, changes can be noted in their behavior. I mean, that's one of the things when you have children that aren't saying what's going on that you look for is their behavior.
And in order, let's say you're going back and trying to reconstruct a history of abuse, what would you look to, and let's say you don't have either the immediate family members or perpetrators aren't going to cooperate, or you don't have that as a resource, what would you look to see if there were changes at this critical age?
We look in primarily three areas. We look in the physical. Is there anything physically that speaks to some type of symptom? We look cognitively.
So that means you look at medical records?
Medical records or histories of stomach aches, headaches, those kinds of complaints that are very general, but they may show a pattern. We look at their cognitive functioning. Are their grades keeping up? In case that's been one of the areas that has been most focused on. And then, of course, the emotional. We look at any signs from an emotional standpoint. How do they view themselves? How are they doing?
If you received reports that a child of that age was behaving in ways that were somewhat mystifying to the people around him, sudden outbursts, not directed at other people, but just unexplained outbursts of activity, great deal of crying, is that the kind of information that bears on the emotional state of the child?
Oh, yes.
Now, is there a difference with respect to the child's perception of themselves or with respect to the effects of sexual abuse if it's perpetrated by a stranger versus a member of the family or incest?
Yes, there are added issues when it is within the family than when it is with a stranger.
And what are those added issues when it's incest?
When it's incest, the factors that seem to be most pronounced is there's a betrayal. There's a betrayal of the trust, if you will. But even more so, because it's in the family, there's a real surveillance aspect that the child is constantly under the surveillance of the parent. So their ability to be able to be free with their behavior, to get away from, is significantly curtailed.
Are there patterns of incest? In other words, patterns of behavior in incestuous relationships?
Yes, there are.
And would you describe what those patterns are?
Overall.
It's definitely relevant.
The patterns generally follow a fairly usual course. To sexually abuse a child, which is a conscious, planned action by someone, they have to have access to the child. And in this access, if you will, there is what's called an entrapment. There is a way that the child is pulled in. So access and entrapment. And then there is the pressure on the child to begin the sexual activity. And what happens at this point is, again, can be specific to the child. I mean, it isn't the same. That part is not necessarily the same.
The
But there is-
pressure part's not necessary?
Well, the pressure is, but what actually the sexual part is going to be different, may vary. So that you have pressure, sex, and then you have the secrecy. In order for an offender to be successful, he is going to want to, or she is going to want to continue.
I'm glad she corrected herself with he or she, because I was going to say, you know, maybe that's just a 1990s thing that they're, you know, I mean, obviously that is the more common thing that people think of. But I'm glad that she corrected herself, because it's like, it can be women too, unfortunately.
The sexual activity. So there has to be a way that the child is secured, some way to secure the secret so that it can continue. So those are three major aspects of pressure, sex, and secrecy.
And is there is there an aspect or a facet, characteristic, if you will, of children that makes it relatively easy for them to be entrapped by a parent, say, in a relationship like this?
Yes.
And what is that aspect?
Well, first of all, the abuser is an adult, and that by itself implies dominance in a relationship. Adults are obeyed and give orders and tell children what to do. And so what happens in the abuse situation is that the adult generally trades on the ambivalence of the child. Ambivalence is very much a part of a child, as a child grows up, of their problem solving. And there is a very careful attempt to try to break this internal resistance and to work on that ambivalence.
Now, what do you mean by ambivalence? Ambivalence means of two minds, does it not?
Right.
Ambivalence about what?
Ambivalence about right and wrong. This is one of the major developmental aspects. And so what is the child knows or believes that adults know what is right. And so even though there's this pull or this tug against what is wrong, this is what there's generally by the abuser an attempt to say this is all right, or this is okay to do. And that can even be said verbally, or it can be put into a more elaborate type of explanation. But the abuser has to work on this ambivalence part.
Do abusers,
That makes sense, because it's like as kids are growing, they're learning about the world around them. They might have their natural instincts about the things, you know, going on around them. But at the end of the day, they're still going to be impacted by what the adults in the room say is going to be is right or wrong. It reminds me of like when you see a small kid like fall off their bicycle or just fall as they're running, and like the first thing they do is look up at the adults to see like, how are they reacting? How should I be reacting to the situation? And if parents are calm, then, or even like almost like celebratory, like, hey, get on up and go, then they're usually able to like brush it off much easier. But if they see like parents like panicking, or rushing to be like, oh my God, are you okay? Then they start crying, that kind of thing. That's what that reminds me of a little bit.
Apart from trying to convince the child that it's okay or it's all right, typically make the sexual encounter seem like a form of love or special attention.
Oh, yes, that might be one of the techniques used. Yes.
In this particular case, you did evaluate Erik Menendez to determine whether or not he had been sexually molested by his father.
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with his recollections of how the abuse began?
Yes, I am.
And in evaluating that, did you characterize certain activities by Jose Menendez as constituting this access and entrapment phase?
Yes, I did.
And what behaviors on the part of Jose Menendez fit this pattern of access and entrapment?
Well, one of the things that Jose Menendez did was to begin the abuse in a more normal context. For example, after swimming sessions or something, wiping down the child. That's a way to be able to get access to a child's body in a way that is not considered out of the ordinary, and it even can be perhaps done in a public place. Then within, again, the context of the swimming, which is an important part of this, his son's life, is to talk about how to reduce tension before a swim meet or before some sports activity. And this is precisely what he would do. He said this is the way to reduce tension, and he would begin these massages. So for this, his son, it did not appear out of the ordinary. It seemed to make sense to him.
And so on that
Grooming.
level, if the child is being told that
she's
something is
describing.
normal and not out of the ordinary, they're less likely to have protest or resistant behaviors.
Yes, and also if the behavior, if the activity does not hurt and does not seem, and might even feel good, as rubbing often does on a young male.
So then you get the child hooked into the pleasure part of it.
Yes.
Now, what was the next, with respect to when this escalated into sexual touching, are you familiar with the things that Jose Menendez said to normalize this behavior to his son?
All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this witness is relying upon information provided to her either by reading transcripts of the testimony already heard in this court that you've heard, testimony of witnesses, or other information provided to her outside of the courtroom in some fashion. You ultimately are the judges of the facts as to what happened, and also as to whether the events upon which the witness relies actually occurred. She is assuming these things occurred for the purpose of rendering opinions here and giving you her opinions about certain matters. You are ultimately the judge of the events as to whether these things actually happened, and also the judge of the ultimate issues in this case.
So, Draco Amy live, why is the judge explaining this? Because with any kind of an expert witness, there's always a concern that the jury might over rely on the expert. In other words, to take what an expert says about their conclusions, their opinions on certain things, and basically supplant those for what the jury is supposed to do in order to determine what they need to decide. So the questions that are ultimately going to be the questions for the jury to determine is whether certain things actually happened, whether they believe that certain things actually happened, and whether or not those things, reach particular legal conclusions. That's ultimately the job of the jury, is to take the facts as they have been presented to them in the courtroom and to make a determination on those facts. What they don't want is for an expert to come in and basically say, I think that XYZ happened because of XYZ, because then they're essentially acting as a juror, or if you're in South Carolina, a juror. we want to make sure that when an expert gives an opinion, we can say, sure, they'll give their opinion on this, but we want to make sure that the jury understands what their role in all of that is, at, to take certain things with a grain of salt, as to what an expert testifies to. So I hope that makes sense to you.
All right, you may proceed.
Well, could I have the question reread so my witness can answer it, Your Honor?
All right, if the court reporter can find it.
So we're getting from the court reporter the question again.
Question now. What was the next? With respect to when this escalated into sexual touching, are you familiar with the things that Jose Menendez said to normalize this behavior to his son?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those things?
The next things that the Jose Menendez would say is that this is in addition to how you reduce tension. He would put it in context of what the Romans would do, what the soldiers would do. So he added that level, if you will, of because this was important to be strong and to fight and so forth. So that was the next aspect of when it moved from the touching massages into more sexual oral type of massages.
All right. Now, you've heard what the judge just said to the jury. You have read all the testimony in this case, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And you've also interviewed Erik Menendez, have you not?
Yes, I have.
How many hours of interview time did you spend with Erik Menendez?
50.
And is 50 hours of interview time low, medium, or high for an evaluation for sexual molestation?
It's a high number.
Ordinarily, how much time is spent interviewing a child, an adolescent, or a young adult to determine a history of sexual molestation?
I don't know the actual average, but certainly under 10 hours.
And did you spend 50 hours with Erik Menendez because you weren't sure of what he was telling you, or because you wanted to be thorough, or for some other reason?
I wanted to be thorough.
Did you also read the statements of witnesses who testified?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the statements of witnesses who have not yet or aren't going to testify?
Yes, I have.
And when you do an evaluation of a child or a young adult or an adolescent to determine whether or not they were the victim of child sexual abuse, do you formulate an opinion at some point during the evaluative process as to whether what they're telling you is true?
Yes, I do.
And did you form that opinion with respect to Erik Menendez?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Do you accept as correct?
So the question was whether or not she developed an opinion as to whether or not Erik Menendez was telling the truth when he was reporting to her about his SA experiences with Jose Menendez as a kid. So did you think that he was telling the truth? That's an improper expert opinion, because that is getting into the territory of what the jury is supposed to determine, is whether or not he's telling the truth. We don't want an expert to be stepping outside of the scope of what they're there to testify to.
Credible what he told you?
Same objection.
Sustained, yeah.
Objection and same
I'd like to
ruling
be
by the
heard,
court.
John.
Objection is sustained.
I'd like to be heard.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Bites is home.
Dr. Burgess, did you, after examining all the information that you've testified to, and you examined all the records, the school records, the medical records, all of that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And after your 50 hours of interview with Erik Menendez, did you formulate an opinion as to whether or not he was a person who was sexually molested as a child and adolescent?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
And my opinion was that he was.
And although we'll get to it in detail later, did you also form the opinion that this molestation had effects that continued through the time of the killing of his parents?
Yes, I did.
Now, we were going back actually, though, to the description of the pattern of incest. And I think you addressed yourself to the notion of access and entrapment. And I was going to ask you what evidence you evaluated on the issue of isolation. And you talked about secrecy. Is isolation also a part of the secrecy part of the pattern?
Yes, that is one of the ways that the abuser will try to ensure the secrecy.
And what information did you receive that indicated that the pattern in this case fit the pattern of incest cases with respect to isolation and secrecy?
Well, in terms of the isolation, there was strong evidence that these sons, and certainly Erik Menendez, was kept from even developing friends. He was kept in such a active sports type. Not only was he kept active that way, but he was told by the father that it was not something that you did. It was distracting to have friends. So that's really very important in terms of the message that goes to the child, and something that's a very normal part of growing up, especially in latency in 7, 8, 9, is when you
use the term latency.
age
Okay.
7, 8, and 9. This is generally the time when children should be developing peer friends, friends of their same age.
Were there other aspects of the way this home was run, other aspects of their interaction in the community, which pointed towards isolation besides the discouraging of friendships?
Right. That was certainly just within his own friendship area, but certainly with relatives. It was controlled as to when they would get there, what they would do, when they would have to leave. Everything was very carefully orchestrated by the fathers so that there was no possibility that they would have a lot of contact with family members or community or any of the other outside agencies.
And is that important when molestation is occurring with relatively young children to ensure secrecy?
Yes, because it starts young and the message then is learned and it's followed, and the child very often just obeys it and thinks that this is actually normal.
Is it safer for incest perpetrators to allow children more contact with other people if they're older and have been keeping such a secret for many years?
Well, they generally don't like to have any more contact than they have to, because the danger that the secret may be revealed.
So is there a pattern, therefore, of always being vigilant to keep a child isolated from meaningful context when that child is being sexually abused?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with the history in this case that the sexual activities of Jose Menendez escalated over time.
Yes, I am.
Is that unusual in incest situations or common?
No, it is not unusual.
And can you explain why it's understood that is a typical pattern?
Well, the typical pattern is to escalate for several reasons. One, the activity that starts out is often what's kind of called the seduction aspect or the grooming aspect, is to secure the child as a partner, if you will, to the activity. But that may not be what the abuser ultimately wants to do. So the escalation then usually gets into more mutual kinds of activity. And it uses the base, if you will, of what the abuser does to the child to then ask the child to do it to him. And the same kind of thought process goes on. Well, if I'm reducing tension in you, I need you to reduce tension in me, kind of thinking. And this is very understandable to a child. And so that usually begin from what is done to the child. Then it develops into the mutual participation. And actually, once that happens, then the child very much is really locked in, because he is now doing to the adult something. And so his thinking now is, I am participating. So that's an important cognitive, as we call it, a cognitive reasoning for the child, albeit it's wrong, but that's the way it happens.
So that makes it somehow feel righter to the child, or that the child is more, I mean, I'm trying to understand why the notion that the child is participating locks it in even more. Do they feel guilty that they're participating, or does it normalize it that they're doing these things?
It really
too?
normalizes it. And again, you have to look at the conversation that occurs. Sometimes an abuser will say, it will make this relationship quite special. I guess that's the other important part, is that the child now feels what he's doing with the adult really is very important to the adult too.
And was there evidence that that way of characterizing it to hold on to the child was done in this case?
Yes.
What evidence was that?
Well, the evidence was that's what the content, what was verbally said. That's what I heard was said, that the participation was, I need some tension reduced. I've done it to you. I want you to do it to me.
I was addressing it to the notion of specialness.
Oh, the special relationship, absolutely. Again, on several reasons, children want to be special to their parents. And sometimes children who aren't special in the way they necessarily want to be will take anything in terms of being special. That's a very driving force in a child, in any relationship between child and parent.
And that being the case, in those situations where a child doesn't otherwise feel special to the parent, is it more likely that that child will, and I use the word loosely, value the sexual relationship because it gives him something from the parent that he wanted?
Yes.
Is it more likely that child being told he's special within the sexual relationship will keep the secret of the relationship to perpetuate it?
Yes. Very, not only to perpetuate it, but to also protect the father or protect the adult.
In this case, is there evidence from a number of witnesses that Erik Menendez was definitely not treated as a special person in the family by the father in other regards than sex?
Yes.
Now, apart from making such a relationship seem special and desirable to the child, are there other ways that incest perpetrators preserve their secrecy?
Yes, there are.
And what are those ways typically?
Well, sometimes incest perpetrators have to threaten the child to keep the secret.
Okay. Threaten with what?
Well, they threaten with withholding aspects. They can threaten to withhold love, but they can even threaten to harm the child. Those are statements that one hears from children, to actually threaten something terrible is going to happen if that secret comes out.
Like, I'll tie you to a chair and beat you to death?
Yeah, those are some, but it can even escalate to more severe threats to seriously injure a child.
Beat to death is pretty serious.
Beat to death, kill a child, yes.
Kill anybody you tell?
Yes. Yes, very often that's a factor where other people will be threatened. So that makes the child feel very responsible, not only for his own, may not even be thinking of his own welfare, but that the welfare of others, whether that be whomever the adult has named in the threats.
Okay. And are there other behaviors by the adult that can ensure that the child keeps the secret besides the threat of violence?
Actually doing violence, that's often done.
Doing violence related to telling, or any kind of violence?
Any kind of violence, because that then the model has been set that the act has been done, and that's not an illogical connection for a child to make between he said something would happen, he has done something, so therefore if I ever reveal the secret, very serious consequences will await me.
In other words, if someone threatens to do something violent and then actually acts violently for whatever reason, that sort of reaffirms the what's the word? Credibility of the threat, if you will.
Oh, yes, yes.
Now, how is, in the typical incest pattern, how is the behavior of the adult interpreted by the child?
Well, the behavior of the adult still is interpreted primarily by the fear reaction. If I don't do what he says, something awful will happen. And so there's great conformity, there's great compliance.
Now, we had talked yesterday when you were discussing the body's instinctive and survival fear mechanisms that sexual abuse of children engenders a fear reaction, even in the absence of violence or threats of violence.
Yes.
And why is it that that seems to be true?
Well, without the actual threat of violence, what seems to occur, or what clearly occurs, is the age of the child, the helplessness of the child, and that is what is overwhelming by the adult's behavior. You don't have to have a weapon or something to clearly threaten a child, just one size, and that factor is clearly overwhelming to the child.
And the fact that the child is not the initiator, that things are being done to him?
Yes.
Is there cognition in young children that they're being treated like an object? Strike that. Is that what's frightening, that children feel they're being treated like an object, not like a person? Is there information in the literature that part of this fear is based on lack of control?
Yes.
And is there cognition on the part of children? I mean, do they express the notion that they're being treated like a thing and things break or things can get hurt as compared to people?
Yes, there is in the literature.
When you interviewed Erik Menendez, did he describe to you a particularly disturbing aspect of that type of sex that he calls rough sex?
Yes.
Did he describe to you a difference in the way that his father would look or act during those acts that involved the pins and the needles and the pain infliction?
Yes, he did.
And how did he describe that to you?
He described his father's face. That seemed to be one very focal point, and his whole demeanor, well, actually his whole demeanor and his behavior, certainly in terms of what he would do, was a different aspect than what the previous types of activities had been with.
And how was it different, if you can recall?
Well, he was very angry. And during this period of time, one of the things that he was trying in a way to normalize was to say he had seen him react to getting a shot. And so he wanted to really toughen him up and say that you must stand pain. And so it was in that context that he would become very, very aggressive, very angry, very violent. His face, his behavior, those were the things that he described to me. Erik Menendez did.
And did Erik, in describing this to you, indicate how it made him feel? And apart from being fearful because he was being aggressive and violent, did he talk to you about this notion of being an object?
Overall.
Yes, he did.
And what did he say in that regard?
He actually described that he realized that his part in this meant nothing, that he was just having these things done to him, and that it was very much exciting and giving a reaction to the father. And his part in this did not matter.
And did he indicate that understanding caused him a new level of distress or disturbance?
Yes, because that now moved him from this seeing himself as a participant with this special relationship, that now he wasn't that special, that maybe that aspect was clearly a conflict for him.
In the studies of the effects of sexual molestation upon children, have there been I'll strike that. In the studies geared at the effects of sexual molestation on children, this chronic fear response that you were talking about yesterday and on Friday, how has that shown up as a symptom? And with what frequency? And
Right.
Objection vague.
obviously as to the victims.
Yes.
You may answer.
In terms of the alarm center and the fight flight, what we see, or what I heard in this situation, was actually the numbing part, in which there was compliance with the activity between the father and the son. Second, there was the flight part was quite clear in terms of the putting his mind on other things, daydreaming, dissociating, his mind wandering, thinking of other things. And then in the fight aspect, there was the crying, the protesting, there was a lot of vomiting when at certain levels of the sexual activity. And there was also symptoms that he described in terms of the nightmares.
And are nightmares a symptom of a chronic anxiety syndrome in a child?
Yes, well, nightmares suggest that there is content from the day that is being processed and reaches a level of memory, i.e. the nightmare.
I guess my question is, though, based on the research, do sexually molested children tend to have this chronic heightened fear response?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And did you find symptoms of that, the chronic heightened fear response, in Erik?
Yes, I did.
And was that based just on your interview with him or on reviewing all of the information from all the sources you consulted?
It really came from reviewing all of the material that I could possibly find, as well as interviews with him.
Now, you said that when a child is in one of these situations, they react to the fight-flight mechanism with, is it fair to say, adaptive behaviors?
Yes, they do.
If there is long-term incest, long-term sexual molestation in the family, do the children tend to adapt or accommodate in some way to the abuse?
Yes, they do.
And in adapting, does that make it all okay?
No, that doesn't make it okay. It just means the child can go along with the activity.
And is that, given the situation of children, the isolation and the lack of resources, is that a way to survive?
Yes, it is.
Now, you indicated earlier that it's estimated that only 1 in 5 of the boys report sexual molestation as compared to 1 in 4 of the girls. What is the understanding as to why there is that disparity?
It is much harder for young males to come forward and to report. And what that seems to be related to is the belief, or the mythology, if you will, of male sexuality. There is this belief that males, regardless of age, are supposed to be able to manage and to perhaps even enjoy any type of sexual activity, and that they should not complain when there is any type of sexual activity.
Now, you called that a myth.
Yes.
Is it true? Do little boys like being molested in a way that little girls do not?
Little boys and little girls equally do not like to be molested.
It's such an uncomfortable question, and the way that Leslie asked it, but the answer is what she needed to get. And so that's what that was.
Are you saying that there's a societal notion that boys should not complain, or that boys can manage sexual encounters of any kind?
Yes.
And in viewing it from a socialization or peer group standard, does the literature suggest that it is more difficult, particularly for an adolescent boy, to admit a same-sex molestation than it would be for an adolescent girl to admit molestation at the hands of a male?
Yes, it's much harder for an adolescent male. Yes.
Is there some perception among the children that were interviewed in these studies and the research that was done that boys expect less sympathy from others if they are abused?
Yes, they expect and they usually receive less sympathy.
Why do they receive less sympathy?
Again, it has to do with the way the person that's receiving the information and the beliefs that are in society are generally held by many, many people. So that does not, just because someone is a professional or in the system that is hearing that, they still carry with them their own beliefs.
Now, we've touched upon whether or not children in these situations of ongoing sexual abuse, particularly in incest situations, tend to tell.
Yes.
Is there some indication in the literature that if a child does mention it voluntarily, that it happens in a particular context?
Generally it does, yes.
And what is the context where it happens, if at all?
If it happens, it's going to be more of a subtle kind of telling. Children don't just come out and say words like, I've been molested or I've been abused. There generally is a testing, if you will, to see what other people's reaction are going to be, so that the subtle message generally is there. And a lot is going to depend on the age of the person revealing, whether they're children, whether they're adolescents.
Now, with respect to adolescence, I think that you've indicated that there is some notion at the developmental age of puberty or around that time where the child is very morally confused about what's happening
Yes.
and confused about whether it's what, right or wrong or normal or abnormal. What is the confusion?
Yeah, because this is generally the time when the whole moralistic aspect is being looked into by the child or developed by the child, so that things that are right and wrong become important to the child.
Does normal and abnormal, is that important for a child in an abusive family in general?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with the testimony in this case concerning Erik's approach to his cousin, his younger cousin?
I was literally just thinking about this, about the testimony that Andy Cano gave about how Erik would come up to him and ask him, like, is this normal? Is that normal? How they were trying to figure out what was normal, because Andy's dad wasn't around. And so he's like, I don't really know what it's like to have a dad who's around and on all this. They were like trying to figure out like what's normal, what's not normal. It was like their time out in the woods, that they would be playing and whatnot.
Cousin. And the information that he relayed and the questions that he asked of his cousin.
Yes, I am.
And how do you assess that information as compared to the histories of other children who have been studied?
My assessment of that statement shows that it's fairly consistent with other statements I've heard that speaks to the child trying to see how normal or usual certain kinds of behaviors are. So a child or an adolescent will actually ask, does such and such happen in your family? That is not unusual in incest situations where the child really believes that everything that's going on is quite normal and that it happens in everybody's family.
On the other hand, they're questioning that at that age.
Yes, that's the age that is from a normal developmental standpoint.
Speaking of normal and abnormal, I'd like to put two pictures on the board. These are previously been marked at 2:30.
What I make of them is what's important about that is that the faces are not there, that just the genitals.
Okay, so she is describing those photos that I censored in a previous stream when they showed, well, multiple streams because they showed it. But I'm going to be watchful to see if the camera starts to pan over. If it does, I'm going to be pulling the feed off the screen, but you guys can still hear it. So just be mindful of that. I'm not going to be risking my my channel on YouTube.
Are clearly being the focus of the photograph, and that obviously these are males.
I do understand that the one on the left is Erik and the one on the right is Lyle.
Yes, yes, I understand that.
And you understand is the testimony that their father would from time to time photograph them naked and photograph their genitals.
Yes, I am.
Is that the sexual molestation of a child?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it looks like they're not going to be showing them, which is good.
Is that the kind of photograph that a normal parent would take just to have a memento of their child's developmental years?
Objection to proper.
Overall.
No, that is not generally the way parents would take pictures.
Now, in the studies of the children who have been molested and the adolescents, the young adults that have been talked to by a number of researchers, do the children express why it is they don't, as a rule, tell people about what's happening?
Yes.
And is this information now generally accepted in the community of those researching child abuse as commonly held beliefs on the part of children that prevent them from freely discussing what's happening to them?
Yes.
And what is the mindset of these children? What are the reasons why they don't?
There are a variety of reasons. One of the most important ones is they don't feel they're going to be believed. This goes back to how they have been treated, if you will, in the abusive situation. That may be one of the threats that is given to the child. No one's going to believe you, so don't even bother thinking to tell. That often is a clear message given by the abuser.
Even if that message isn't given, do children do children think that in a spitting contest, if you will, with a grown-up, that they're going to be believed over the grown-up?
Yeah, no, they don't. Adult words are generally honored more so than children's words.
Okay. And does this notion of not being believed pervade the life of these children?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next reason?
Well, the next reason in an incest situation is the possible exile from the family. This is very, very threatening to a child. Family is, or parents are, his world. And the possibility that that will be taken away, even though the abuse is part of the complaint, is very, very difficult for a child to even consider telling.
Okay. And what's another reason why children don't talk?
Again, another reason is the shame that it might bring to the family. If this is a family that has strong values that one does not dishonor the family, that's going to be a major factor.
That was a big factor
Now,
for
that
the
takes
family.
a certain age for a child to conceive that
Yes.
going forward might cause that.
Yes.
So that would be for older children.
Yes.
Okay. What are
Well, the
other
other that also fits in with the belief is that the child's going to be punished for telling, that the child's going to be blamed for telling. Children are blamed on many, many things, regardless of whether it's their fault or not. So that's not unusual for a child to believe that they will be blamed.
as if it was all their fault?
That's right.
And is it common for children in these situations to, in fact, once they realize it's wrong, it's not normal, to blame themselves?
Oh, yes. That happens not only because it's kind of a logical thinking pattern, but very often that's the message that is given to them. And when it gets into the mutual participation, that becomes even a stronger factor.
Of course.
So they
Makes
think
sense.
it's all their fault somehow.
Yes.
Maybe there's something wrong with them. That's why this is happening to them.
Yes.
Maybe they asked for it somehow.
Mhm. Yes.
Do incest perpetrators typically tell children, you asked for this, or I know you want this, or words like that?
Yes, those are commonly been reported in the literature. Yes.
And do they tell children, now if bad things happen, it's because you did X and Y, and that's why you brought it on yourself?
Right. Not only you brought it on yourself, but what you do is going to affect the whole family and will disintegrate the whole family. And that's a very powerful kind of message that a child is not going to do something that would, in fact, have that happen.
In incest situations, do the perpetrators tend to glorify or emphasize the importance of family more so than in healthy families?
Yes, they do.
In this particular case, are you aware of the evidence totally unrelated to abuse from people who talked about how Jose and Kitty Menendez glorified their family, had notions of Menendez superiority?
Yes, I am.
And how would you rate this family mythology, if you will, about the importance of family as compared to other families that have been studied?
Objection, line funding.
It's just a roll.
In a family where family per se is highly emphasized as a critical and important component in a child's life, is the child even less likely to bring disgrace, less likely to break ranks with the family?
Yes, they are.
Now, you've talked about now that children are afraid they won't be believed. They're afraid of exile from the family. They're afraid of punishment. They're afraid of being blamed.
Yes.
They're afraid of being shamed to the family.
Yes.
Is there also a notion of being ashamed to talk about such things?
Oh, yes. The personal shame is a very large factor, especially as the child increases in age, as it gets older.
So that becomes more inhibiting the older they get.
Yes.
Now, when you evaluate a person and a family situation to determine whether or not incest has occurred, what kinds of things do you look for to guide your evaluation? I mean, you don't just believe everything you hear, do you?
No.
You don't just believe everything you read either.
No.
All right. What is your protocol, if you will, for evaluating complaints of sexual abuse?
Well, there's several factors that go into it. First of all is the context in which you are hearing a statement.
Now, I'm going to stop you at every one of
Okay.
these things so you can explain as you go along, because I lose track otherwise.
Okay.
What do you mean by the context?
Well, the context depends on how the statement
Sorry, that was from the original feed. Hopefully that doesn't happen again because that was a horrible noise.
comes in. In other words, is this a self-report? Is this because somebody else reports it? Where is the child? Is the child in the home or the person? Where are they? And just the general factors of why I'm there, perhaps even talking with the child.
Okay, what's the second?
Well, the second has to do with the consistency. As the person begins to give a history, you start looking at the consistency. And consistency can be matched with other information that one has, corroboration kinds of things. But it can be looked at over time, too, if you're able to talk with someone over time.
If you're able to talk with someone for 50 hours over, how many occasions did you see, different occasions did you see her?
5 or 6.
Weeks and months apart?
Oh, yes.
And do you then, when you go back and you interview again, see if there's consistency between, with respect to the facts over the course of all the interviews?
Oh, yes. You when I go back over it, I'll ask it a different way, try not to ask questions the same way so that I can see what answers are given.
Okay. And when you say the consistency of the history, internally consistent on the one hand?
Yes, internal as well as external.
And when you
Both.
talk about external consistency, okay,
Mhm. Yes.
let me ask you this. In how many cases of child sexual abuse that you are familiar with, is there an eyewitness to the sex?
Very rarely.
Yeah.
And does that prevent experts such as yourself from rendering an opinion as to whether or not the molestation occurred?
No.
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
So when you say you look outside for corroboration, corroboration means something that supports a statement of fact.
That's correct.
Okay. What are you looking for, since you're not going to find people hiding under the bed?
You're going to look for possible statements from people that they make that may, in fact, support something. You certainly will look, if at all possible, for photographs. That's one of the corroborating pieces that is looked for in it.
Do you look to the personality, characteristics, modus operandi, if you will, of the abuser?
Well, then you move into the family and you look at the family dynamics, which of course are going to involve parents. If you're able to, you look at as much information as is available regarding the family.
Okay, let's say no one, now in this particular case, there was a prior statement that Erik Menendez made when he was about 13 to his cousin Andy.
That's correct.
And there was also a prior statement that Lyle Menendez made when he was about 8 to his cousin Diane.
That's correct.
Do you always have that kind of corroboration in an investigation and evaluation?
No,
So apart from that for the moment, did you formulate some picture in your mind of how Jose Menendez dealt with his children generally?
yes, I did.
And some notion of the family dynamic, who had the power, who is available to these children for good and for bad, if you will.
Yes, I did.
Do you evaluate the sexual abuse history that you received in terms of whether it is consistent with the other behaviors, attitudes, states of mind that you have learned about the abuser?
Yes, you do.
And do you also see if it's consistent with the family dynamic, so that the child's report of feeling isolated or being unable to extricate fits into the larger picture of the family?
Yes, you're trying to look for the match between what is said with this more external type of information. Yes.
Okay. Now, so under the notion of consistency with other information, is information about the character and behaviors of every member of the family used as a, if you will, a sounding board for the specific information about the molestation?
Yes, it is.
Now, what else do you look to besides context, where the statement is made and under what circumstances? Consistency in the telling of the history. What else?
You look for if there have been any symptoms of the child. Again, if it's a situation where it's occurred over time, you want to see if there's anything that can be located regarding, say, school activity, peer interaction, whether there have been any physical symptoms, whether there's been any trips to the doctor for unexplained injuries, whether there's been any history of symptoms, even though they may be minor.
Now, you can't say with certainty, can you, that if a child, for example, has concentration problems in school, that he's been sexually molested?
No,
You can't even say if a child is suicidal or depressed that they've been sexually molested.
no, you can't.
But if on looking back, where a person is telling you they had a long history of violent sexual abuse, if you saw happy-go-lucky, well-performing, highly concentrated, perfect kid, would that be important for your evaluation?
Yes, it would.
Would that be an absence of symptoms?
Yes, it would be.
And did you, in both the records and in testimony here, find symptoms in Erik Menendez's childhood that were, though not proving it, consistent with the child who is being abused in some fashion?
Yes, I did.
Are there, in fact, you said there was one thing you look at is unexplained injuries.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Erik's medical records going back to 1977?
Yes, I am.
Is there a particular entry on those medical records that is an unexplained injury?
Yes, there is.
And is it something that you noted in your assessment?
Yes, I did.
And what was that particular injury, Lisbeth?
That was the injury that was reported on an emergency room visit of injury to the throat.
And when we talk about the throat, you're talking about the outside?
No, talk about the inside of the throat, the pharynx.
And do you recall what type of injury that was? Was it a cut or was it a bruise?
It didn't have precisely what it was. It had the statement that it was hurt, and I believe there was some observation. Obviously, there was some observation there that was recorded. It did not say what had done it. I could find no history as to what had caused the injury.
In other words, the adults who brought the child to the doctor did not say how he got this injury to the back of his throat.
Objection, false speculation on part of witness.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Is that, you didn't see that anybody had told the doctor how this injury to the back of his throat had been inflicted?
That's correct.
Foundation.
Are you referring to any entries in the notes?
The entry in the medical record.
Why don't you rephrase it that way then?
Okay, well, based on the medical record, obviously you weren't there, correct?
Right.
And based on the medical record, there's no indication of anyone, either Erik Menendez himself or whichever grown-up we assume took him there, indicating how this injury occurred.
That is correct.
Now, are you able, with such sketchy information, to formulate a fixed opinion as to how that injury occurred?
No.
Is such an injury, though, to the back of the throat consistent with penile insertion in a child's mouth?
That could be one possibility.
Oh boy. Yeah. Rough stuff. I got a couple of questions though. Tish wants to know, how has Leslie been doing during this redirect? I want to know what you think. So first, this is a direct examination. It feels like a redirect because we've seen this witness go on direct examination and on cross-examination, but this is just in front of Erik's jury. So previously, what we saw in the first two parts was direct cross-examination, redirect, some more recross, some more redirect. That was all in front of both of the juries. So now we're treating this as like a whole new testimony starting fresh with the direct cross-examination redirect. So that's what we're doing anyway. But as for how it's going, I think it's going fairly well. I do think that Leslie is very she's very assertive with her direct examinations. And I do wish that, especially with an expert like this, who is very good at explaining things in a way that is relatable and understandable. I do wish that she gave her a little bit more space to be able to explain things and then kind of follow up when she's finished with her answer. She has a tendency to sort of interrupt her with a clarifying question. Dr. Burgess will use a particular term and she sounds like she's like right on the verge of explaining what that term is. And then Leslie comes in and interrupts her and says like, well, what's the meaning of that term? So I kind of wish that she would just kind of take a beat sometimes and allow her that space to answer the question that she was just about to ask when, interrupting her. But other than that, I mean, she's not getting overly objected to. I mean, she's getting objections by the other side, but for the most part, they're not getting sustained. Other than where she kind of needs to add a little bit more foundation to things, she's able to ask in a different way, and sort of get to where she's trying to go. So far, I think she's overall doing fairly well. So yeah. Okay. All right. And I think Debbie also asked, yes. So this is just in front of Erik's jury. All right.
Now, is there also, when you do an evaluation, are you also interested in how detailed versus how vague the report of the subject under study is?
Yes.
And what kinds, is detail better than vague?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what kind of details do you look for? Well, just that.
Well, yeah. Well, you look at the statements that the person makes, the language that they use. You also look at the affect or the emotion as the person is talking. And you look at a number of things, and you look at it not only at one time, but over time.
Okay, I wanted to stick with details if I could for a moment. When you say the language that they use, the language of what?
The language and doesn't match the actual age that the child would have been to describe it. Do they have their own terms for it? Versus do they just say, well, I was molested, or I was, and give you a more adult type of terminology.
Is it typical that children label this behavior in some way unique to themselves?
Yes, they generally do.
And is it typical that when these children, even when they're older, talk about these acts in the terms that they used when they were children, when they happened to them?
Yes, they generally do.
And did you, in interviewing Erik Menendez, become familiar with a particular language that he used?
Yes, I did.
And what was that? I mean, what, not the specific words, but what kind of particular language were you interested in?
We heard these terms earlier.
He had, if you will, had described it at more or less the phases. One was where it was nice sex. One was a type of posture that he had to assume. He called that the knees. Then he called a period of time when it was dark sex. So that these were important factors in his language in describing it. He would go into more detail, of course, around each one, but he had that as the phases, if you will.
Now, you, and that's fairly typical of persons who were sexually abused as children to have coined this special language.
Yeah, they all have their own special language, but they generally can give you some way that they have thought about it in their mind.
It shows that they have processed the information.
Yeah, that's the information
Ruminated.
processing part that we look for, yes.
Now, did Erik Menendez ever say to you, gee, Dr. Burgess, I was molested, I was sexually abused, and I had the following symptoms, and this is what's wrong with me? Anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Did he try to sell you that these things had happened to him?
Objection.
Did he ever try to persuade you in interview that that he had been molested?
Cause or speculation.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Did he use the language of persuasion? Now, you really should believe me, or I hope you believe me, or this really happened, or anything like that.
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
No, he did not.
All right, let's take our recess and we'll resume at 10 minutes to the hour. Don't forget your examination of the witness.
Thank you, Marcia. We were talking, Dr. Burgess, about the things you look to in evaluating statements of abuse, and with reference to the information you received about Erik Menendez. You had said that the language or the terminology that he used was significant to you.
Yes, I had.
Were there particular descriptive words that he used that had particular significance to you?
Yes,
And what were they?
and some of those words included the nice sex.
Okay, no, what's significant about nice sex?
Well, what's significant about nice sex is that many children might not describe it, or many persons may not describe it that way, but in his mind, that was a special way that he described it. Unusual didn't have to say that it was nice, could have said a variety of other kinds of descriptors, if you will.
Well, let's say
It fits with what she was previously describing about basically what we now call the grooming process. That it was that sort of what's the word for it? Just the process of transitioning from one set of activities to another, starting with massages and stuff like that, that is just so horrible to think about. It's just sickening to think about, in specific terms in any of this. But that's makes sense.
say hypothetically someone was going to make up a sexual molestation history, is it likely that they would use a positive term to describe it?
No,
And nice is a positive term.
nice is a positive term.
And what was it that Erik was telling you was nice? Why did he call it nice?
Nice had to do with father's attitude towards him and the way that he perceived it, that this was a nice phase, that father seemed to not be angry with him, to be happy with him. And that made him happy. And this is, of course, this was in the beginning of the process, if you will.
Do you recall that he also described nice sex as also occurring later, which was very long and protracted and mutual?
Yes, that is all that part when he gets from the what is done to him to moving into what he must now do to the father.
And did you note in hearing his descriptions of the different kinds of sex that nice sex seemed most to be characterized by an absence of anger and an absence of violence?
Yes, and this is contrasted with other types, phases that he describes.
Did you reflect on or evaluate what the emotional impact on Erik Menendez would have been to have to participate in this nice sex, which has a lot of mutual behavior, when he's an adolescent?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of the significance of that?
The evaluation of that would have been a very difficult thing, and this is something that the behavior does change by the father, and even takes on a whole different direction, if you will, an intent by the father.
But what's the impact of being, say, 16 and spending these protracted sessions of mutual sexual acts with your father at 16?
Yeah, well, that's very hard for a 16-year-old. Absolutely.
Now, you talked about, all right, so nice was a significant term. Were there any other terms he used that were significant from the standpoint of us trying to evaluate whether this, in your opinion, this happened?
Well, he would describe on some of the more specific aspects of the abuse. He described that, and he gave what we would call sensory responses of how it felt to him, what he did, etc. So that's a part of the language of what his response would be, getting sick.
I'm sorry, if you receive a report of sexual molestations that's devoid, absent details such as unique or idiosyncratic language, or doesn't reflect the sensory, the feelings of the child, both physically and emotionally, or doesn't have much detail about what actually happened, okay?
Right.
How do you evaluate that kind of information?
We put a different evaluation on that because that would suggest that it was just something that was being said, did not have the what we call the backup material to indicate, especially the sensory response, that children generally are going to have that sensory response.
So that would be less reliable, you think?
Yes.
And when Erik Menendez described to you his sensory responses, were they consistent with reports of other children?
Well, they were consistent with reports of other children, but they certainly were also consistent with what he was describing had happened.
So in other words, he was telling you how it felt in a way that made logical sense.
Yes.
Now, when he was describing, you have described, I think you have used the word rape.
Yes.
Did he ever use that
No,
word?
he never used those terms. He did not use technical terms.
And when he was describing penetrative acts, do you recall, or acts that constituted intercourse, do you recall the term that he used for that?
It was not rape. It was, I can't recall the exact term.
Did he just use the word sex?
Sex. He just, that's right. He didn't use any particular term for that.
And if someone reported to you that there had been an act of what we technically would call sodomy at the age of 11 or 12, and called it rape or sodomy, would that be suspicious?
It would be, to use a technical term at that age, yes.
Now, was there also a validation, if you would, of the information you were receiving from Erik himself in the other information you received from other sources concerning Mr. Menendez?
Yes, there
And
was.
what was that?
Well, the information that was received from other sources confirmed the, if you will, the persona or the way in which Jose Menendez ran his life, ran his business, as well as ran his family.
And can you recall what specific details or aspects of the sexual abuse revealed personality or character traits in Jose Menendez that were verified from other aspects of his life?
Well, there were certain factors. One is certainly the control and the need for dominance that certainly was pervasive in other reports, but also the derogation, the humiliation, the kinds of acts that were done to him were very humiliating. And that certainly matched what other persons would say, especially from both social sectors as well as business sectors.
Is using sex with your child as a form of punishment a particularly humiliating thing?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Are you also familiar with the information that Erik Menendez provided concerning, well, strike that. Are you also familiar with the information in the case concerning how Jose Menendez liked to drill and grill and trap, if you will, people in conversation?
Yes, he was very adept at mind games, if you will, in terms of this phenomenon. Certainly the dinner table aspect and trying to catch people and what they could remember and so forth.
And sources for information on that includes not only relatives who observed the dinner table and others who observed it, but also business associates who saw him do the same thing in business.
Oh, yeah.
Sustained.
What are your sources for this piece of his profile, if you will?
Well, the sources, again, are varied. Not only persons at firsthand, all persons that the information is from firsthand witnessed this.
And was this just in the home?
No, it was not just in the home. It was in the business, with business associates, and certainly in social engagements.
And was the information that Erik Menendez testified to and discussed with you about his being drilled and ridiculed in the mirror?
Yes, the mirror was an important part of watching himself and making himself have to say things into the mirror. Yes.
And was Jose Menendez's regimen with the mirror consistent with other aspects of his personality profile that you were familiar with?
Yes, it was.
Now, you said that you also look to see the detail with which a subject describes the sexual molestation.
Yes.
You've also read Erik Menendez's testimony in this trial.
Yes, I have.
Was he asked, in fact, to testify in as much detail about the acts of molestation as what you had obtained from him in interview?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overall.
No, he was not.
Did he give you more details of the actual each individual act that he could remember?
Yes, he did.
So he actually didn't give even all of the detail when he was testifying.
Now, when you hear reports about sexual acts from subjects such as Erik Menendez, do you question them? Do you probe? Do you
Oh, yes.
to test them? Do you sort of do a little cross-examination?
Yes, and very often around the century type of questions, just to double check and to verify certain aspects. Yes, you just don't sit and write down everything that somebody says.
Now, did you also discuss in your interviews with Erik Menendez his fears about disclosing information and what kept him silent for
Yes.
so many years?
Yes, I did.
And did the state of mind that he revealed to you, was it similar to what the studies have shown other children felt?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you're doing one of these assessments or evaluations and you're trying to determine if a history of sexual abuse has in fact occurred, I think you've indicated you look at the entire family dynamic.
Yes, we do.
And in this particular case, we're talking about father-son incest.
That's right.
And in studies of other father-son incest cases, is the role of the mother focused on?
Yes, it is.
And why?
Well, the role of the mother, it can be focused on for two reasons. One generally wants to know what we call the loyalty division in a family. Is the mother going to be more sided with the husband or partner, or is she more sided with the children? And then you want to know, for that reason, whether the mother is seen as a protector or someone who is safe that a child could go to tell. One also wants to look at the own background, if you possibly can, from the mother to see, and father, to see whether there's also any pattern prior.
What's the significance of, what do you mean by a pattern prior? You mean with other children or in their life?
In their own life.
And why is it significant to know if there's a pattern prior in their own life?
Maybe preference, please.
Let me hear the answer to the question.
Merely because children can model after parents. It becomes an important identifying person in their life, and that goes on and on. So the modeling point is important.
When you say it goes on and on, you mean goes on through generations?
Through generations, yes.
So you would look to see if the mother and father were modeling on things that happened in their lives.
Right, and then you would look to see what their response was.
What do you mean by their
approach? All right.
Thank you. Now, in evaluating a family, I think you've just indicated you try to look at models in the parents' past. Do you also examine, however, the entire scope of each parent's behavior towards the child?
Yes, you do.
And in this particular case, did you form an opinion about the role of Mrs. Menendez in the perpetuation of and the secrecy of the incest in this family?
Yes, I did.
And could you give us an evaluation of that? Could you describe what was significant about her role?
Objection and proper opinion.
Sustained.
What were the significant characteristics of Mrs. Menendez that supported Erik's descriptions to you of his feeling isolated, feeling he had nowhere to turn, feeling there was no one to protect him?
Okay, the evidence there speaks to the total loyalty, if you will, that the mother would show to the father, so that it was not something that he felt would be supportive, that she would feel he wouldn't feel that she would be able to help or intervene. He is not even sure as a typical reaction of whether he would be believed. And also from a protection standpoint, sometimes children don't feel they can tell to get the support they're going to get.
And was there information in this case from sources other than Erik Menendez that indicated that Mrs. Menendez's chief loyalty was to her husband rather than her children?
Yes, I think there was great overwhelming evidence, both from social sectors, her family and friends, as well as business associates spoke to the loyalty.
And
Move to strike the word overwhelming as being an improper statement.
Objection sustained. That portion of the answer is stricken.
you found substantial and significant evidence of her loyalty to her husband over the children?
Same objection and leading.
Sustained.
On which ground, Your Honor?
It's legal.
Okay.
It is leading.
What sort of evidence did you find that Mrs. Menendez was loyal to her husband rather than her children?
Substantial evidence.
Your Honor, move to strike the answer as being an improper statement.
Overall, the answer will stand.
And was there also
this is another example of like Leslie leading, getting objected to for it, getting sustained for that, or the objection getting sustained. And then, you could see that the way that Dr. Burgess was like smiling as she had said, as she asked the question and then the objection, you could see that she was just like, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. And yes, I'm going to get you there, even though you can't ask me this directly. And that's exactly what happened.
evidence that with respect to whether or not she had a pattern and history of being supportive of her children in opposition to her husband?
Yes, I did not find any evidence of that type of behavior in the mother.
And did you find, was there evidence in the case regarding her protectiveness and nurturance of her children?
No, I did not find that evidence. She was nurturing to the children, but in terms of the loyalty, that was expected. That was what her role was to do. And again, those rules pretty much followed what was identified by the father.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood my question, though. Did you see evidence that she protected her children?
No, I did not see evidence that she protected her children.
Did you see evidence that she was even physically careful about them?
No, did not see that evidence.
Did you see evidence that she was nurturing in the sense of affection and love?
Yeah, not in terms of the affection and love.
Now, you did find evidence that she fed them
Yes,
and kept them clothed.
yes.
Watch Pam come in and be like, did you see evidence of them going on vacations and blah, 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 like that kind of stuff that she's asked before of other experts and other people, just to show like, oh, well, they actually spoiled them and all this other stuff. That I feel like that's probably going to be coming on cross-examination.
And she ran around with them according to the dictates of the family regime. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair to say.
The training camp regime.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the evidence concerning how she dealt with displays of emotion on the part of Erik, or displays of emotional distress on his part, such as crying or homesickness or pain or any of those things?
Yes, she could not deal with that.
Could not or did not?
Both did not and could not.
Objection, move to strike the speculation on part of the witness.
Sustained, the answer is stricken.
What do you mean by could not deal with that? Is that a psychological term?
Yes.
It doesn't mean she lacks ability.
No, that's true.
It just means she has lacks a history of doing it.
That's right.
Now, in incest families, are there typical behavior patterns based on the research for the non-molesting parent?
Yes, there are.
And do these behavior patterns map whether, do they break into categories that distinguish those cases where the incest is stopped by the parent versus those cases where it goes on for a long period of time?
Yes.
And can you describe what the different roles, if you will, of, particularly if it's the father perpetrating the incest, the differing types of so-called incest mothers in incest families?
Yes. Well, the mothers of incest victims are faced with quite a decision when there is the disclosure, and they have to make a clear decision which side they're going to be on. Those that side with the child are going to be protective, will make all efforts to stop the incest, and do all of the things that one considers in the treatment of the child. On the other hand, those that side with the father, they are going to deny that it goes on. They are going to assume the same demeanor and characteristics of the father.
Is there any support in the research for the likelihood that with a non-supportive mother, extremely loyal to the father, those are families in which there is no disclosure?
Generally, that is the case. There just isn't any disclosure.
Now, you said that in those families where the mother's loyalty runs mainly to the father, that they assume the demeanor and the characteristics of the perpetrator.
That's correct.
Are incest perpetrators a confessional lot? Do they tend to admit it when confronted?
No.
Objection,
Oh.
improper criminal lack of foundation in record.
Overruled.
No, they don't.
A couple questions here. Did not mean to take that out of full screen. AB short clips. How can Leslie ask a follow-up question on an answer that was sustained? Ooh, stretch kitty. So it depends on the objection. When it's like a foundational objection or something, then she just has to ask in a different way. Oftentimes that'll lend itself to a follow-up. It could also be that specific question that she had asked that drew the objection just gets to some sort of information that she just can't get to, because it's an improper opinion, for example. And so sometimes, I mean, there are ways of kind of sidestepping that issue and then kind of proceeding forward. But that's I hope that makes sense to you. Tish says, I think the Idaho Murdaugh case talked about how this trial will never end. The trial isn't done after the trial. There will be continued motions and so on for years after this. I mean, Murdaugh definitely is a case like that for sure. I mean, there's going to be appeals and all that. I mean, well, there already were appeals, but those were put on hold for the particular question about the new trial. And now there's additional appeals that are going to be moving forward based off of the Judge Toll's decision last week. Yeah, it kind of depends on, in a lot of cases like that, it kind of depends on when the person, the defendant or what have you is maybe going to be running out of money. And also, if we forget about the letter, is this trial done or does it still have ongoing issues that lawyers are working on? I mean, they've been trying to get them out of prison for I mean, ever since they were convicted. So I don't know if it's really ever going to be done, really. I mean, so long as there are people that are willing to take up the case and argue on the behalf of the brothers, and continue with interest in the case, I think that there will be efforts. So, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure as to what the future holds for this particular case.
Even when they're confronted with strong corroborated evidence of what they've done?
Oh, yes, they will not admit. It's very rare that they will admit.
So you wouldn't expect if Jose Menendez was alive right now that he'd come into court and admit what he did, would you?
Objection, improper opinion and speculation.
Sustained.
You heard that Mrs. Bozanich confronted Lyle Menendez during his cross-examination with.
Counsel, this is improper.
All right.
All right.
Excuse me, could counsel, return his comments, please?
Was there a comment?
Yes, there was.
All right. If there was, I didn't hear it, but if,
It wasn't
Yes.
meant to be heard, so I doubt that the reporter heard it either, Your Honor.
all right, well, we'll check your notes. You may ask your next question.
Thank you. In talking with Erik Menendez about this history of sexual molestation, did he describe to you periods when he had confusion about it?
Yes, he did.
And I think you've already said that's very typical of molested children. That has to do with this notion of ambivalence.
Yes, it does.
Is that the kind of thing you would expect to hear from someone who is making it up? Would they admit confusion about the meaning or the significance of it?
Generally not.
Now, you've mentioned that one of the possible symptoms of a child in the kind of distress that sexual molestation causes are nightmares.
Yes.
Are there particular types of nightmares that tend to be more symptomatic of abuse? Because, I mean, all children have nightmares, don't they?
That's correct.
Okay. So are there particular types of nightmares or a particular pattern of nightmares?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, the pattern of nightmares in children tend to be very frightening. They tend to be repetitive, and there will be clear details that the child will be able to tell you. It's not like a different nightmare every night.
And are you, did Erik Menendez share with you his history of nightmares?
Yes, he did.
And did he share with you the ones that he has had over and over and over again since he's about 10?
Yes, he has. He did.
Did he indicate to you the recency of those same nightmares that go back to when he was about 10?
Yes.
And how recently, during the times that you were interviewing, how recently was he having the nightmares?
He was having nightmares even in jail.
Same ones?
Same ones, yes.
Even this year?
Yes, even this year.
The year that he's 22?
Yes.
Now, in some incest families, does the mother, the non-perpetrating parent, even assume the role of facilitator to the incest? In other words, are there issues that they have that are somehow helped by the incest?
Yes.
And did you evaluate whether or not there were such issues with Kitty Menendez so that she was a person who would be a facilitator of incest?
Yes.
And what were those issues?
Well, some of those issues included her routine or inspection of her son's genitals. She had knowledge of the showers that were being taken. She ignored many of the behaviors without exploring why.
Whose behaviors?
Her son's, Eric's.
Okay. Are you talking about such things as his vomiting and crying?
Yes, his vomiting, his nightmares, his screaming out, those kinds of.
Now, we've heard evidence that she didn't exactly ignore the nightmares. She treated them with cold baths.
Yes, she did.
When you're talking about ignoring it in what way?
Ignoring in terms of trying to find out the reason behind it. Most parents are going to want to know why the child is behaving the way they are to see whether it's something that needs attention.
And was there anything that you learned concerning her attitudes about sex that might be an issue that allowed her to facilitate incest?
Yes.
Objection, improper opinion.
Objection sustained, the answer is stricken.
Well, if you received hypothetically information that the mother of an incest victim had a dislike for oral sex, did not care if her husband had that need satisfied elsewhere so long as he didn't have a love relationship, would that have any significance for you in trying to evaluate that mother as an incest facilitator?
Objection, improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Well, I'd like to approach on this round.
All right. What's your next question?
Just as a foundational question, did you read all of Dr. Summerfield's notes of his therapy sessions with Mrs. Menendez?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that question.
Yes, I did.
And based on your own practices and what's accepted in the field of mental health treatment, are therapists supposed to be taking notes so that they can assess symptoms on the part of their patients?
Objection, irrelevant.
It reminds me of Dr. Oziel, who didn't take notes until like weeks later.
Overruled.
Yes.
And are they supposed to rely on these notes in a psychological sense in order to assess what's the nature of the patient's problem
Yes.
and what treatment program might be called for given the nature of that problem?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to this a little bit later, perhaps. In evaluating Erik Menendez as a victim of child sexual abuse, and trying to assess what the effects of that abuse were on him, did you make a determination as to the severity as compared to other situations of the abuse in this case?
Objection, irrelevant. Improper opinion.
Question is vague. You'll have to rephrase it.
Okay, let me ask you a foundational question. Does the severity of the abuse have any connection to its possible emotional, psychological, and as we've learned, biological effects?
Yes, it does.
And did you assess the severity in terms of its potential for effects, for damage, if you will, of the abuse that was both reported to you and that you had other supporting information for here?
Yes, I did.
And what was your assessment?
My assessment that this was severe.
And what was that based on? What are the factors that you considered?
Well, the factors that you look at are the type of abuse. In other words, there were multiple types of abuse here from the history.
Now,
The-
I want to just be sure that we're focusing on the same thing. We're talking only about the sexual abuse for the
Okay.
moment.
Okay, we'll take just sexual abuse.
Just for the moment.
Mhm.
When you say the types of abuse, do you mean the types of sexual abuse?
Yes, the acts committed, the length of time that a person is in the abusing situation.
Okay.
We've already talked about the severity of the acts or the continuum of acts that were perpetrated on him.
Okay.
And the, what we call the arousal level. What did it actually trigger in the person?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, that's the level of reaction that the person has to the abuse. That's an important factor.
So you assessed what in your opinion was Erik's reaction to the abuse?
Yes.
Okay.
And then one does look at whether it occurs in the context of other kinds of abuse.
Okay. Before we get to that, was one of the factors, the fact, let me ask you this, strike that. In other case histories of sexual molestation, are there types of sexual molestation where the child isn't really forced to participate more than just be an object upon whom things are done?
Yes.
Overall.
Yes.
Are acts of sexual abuse in which the child is forced to actually do things, to participate in an active way, considered more severe than those where the child can remain passive?
Yes, they are.
And why are they considered more severe?
Well, because you've now entered another level of the child having participated, and what that means to the child, it has been processed at a certain level. All of that is important as to whether they're just having things done to them versus being involved. It's just another significant level, and certainly from a treatment standpoint, we need to know that.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand when you say processed in importance, why is it important? With respect to the effects on the child, and whether those are emotional effects such as their sense of well-being or their sense of helplessness, or those, that's what I'm trying to get to. How does this hook into the damage that's done to them?
Well, all of the factors that occur do impact on how the young person sees himself, identifies himself, thinks of himself, and those in turn relate to feelings of hopelessness, helplessness. The whole self-worth issue comes into question. How am I valued as an object or as a person? All of those things are important because the abuse interacts with the development of the child. So each developmental task that the child is going through as he grows up has to be, it's being filtered through this abuse.
And when the abuse is more severe, are you more likely to wind up with a child who feels helpless, hopeless, lacking in worth, fearful?
Yes.
Now, a child who feels they have no value to a parent, okay?
Yes.
If that parent is a threatening and violent and scary person,
Yes.
is that child more likely to fear that that parent to whom they have no value will kill them?
Yes, they certainly are.
That calls for a trigger warning.
Now, you said that in assessing the sexual abuse, it's also important to look at the other forms of abuse in the family.
Yes.
I want to talk to you in terms of what things could have contributed to Erik Menendez being at 18, a person who felt helpless about dealing with pressures and conflicts in the family, okay?
Yes.
All right. Foundationally, in your evaluation of him and based on all the material that you've read, do you have an opinion as to whether Erik Menendez was a person who felt powerless and helpless to deal with crisis in the family?
Sustained.
Did you make an assessment of Erik Menendez with respect to the effects of the abuse on him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would you give us the characteristics that you found in that assessment?
Well, the characteristics that I found in that assessment had to do with his feelings of helplessness in the situation, of his feeling that he could not affect or intervene in the situation,
What situation are you talking about?
the sexual abuse,
Okay,
that there was nobody within the family that would come to his assistance, that he could go to, that he could talk to, that would act on his behalf,
so he felt isolated.
felt isolated.
Now, do these feelings, this self-image, if you will, or these feelings about self that are part of the sexual abuse, do these carry over into his basic position in life, his basic feelings about himself?
Well, not only do they carry over, but you can see it in behavior. Yes, this is a developing type of individual. A child is developing, and so those experiences become very, very important in the total, what we call the self-concept, how one sees oneself.
Okay, and I want you to focus, if you can now, Dr. Burgess, on what Erik Menendez's self-concept would be, or was, at age 18, after 12 years of that abuse in the family dynamic that you saw in this case.
Well, the question hasn't been asked yet. Just ask you to
Okay.
focus on something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, now that you focused on that, could you describe to us your opinion about what his self-concept was?
Objection.
At any particular point in time or just in general? Is the
Well,
question?
for just starting as his basic operational, strike that. All of the research shows that this kind of abuse has effects on children. Is
Yes,
that
it does.
correct? Just like battered wife syndrome indicates what the effects of a battered wife are of living in that kind of an environment, correct?
That's correct.
So there is an equivalent set of effects that children have.
Yes.
All right. And did you find, as a matter of opinion, that Erik Menendez displayed the symptoms of a person who had been subjected to an abusive family situation at the hands of his parents?
Yes, I did.
Did you find that he had effects that were consistent with the effects of other sexually molested children?
Yes, I did.
All right. And why don't you tell us, therefore, what those effects were by the time he was 18 years old? Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Are the effects long lasting, or is it just something a child experiences during the abuse, and then the minute it's dinner time, the effects go away?
No, they do not go away.
It was so funny because she looked like she was like so ready to give her answer, and she goes, and then Leslie's like, "Well, never mind. Let me back up and ask you this." And you could just see her like just resigned disappointment of like, "Okay, all right, we'll go. I had a good answer for you, but okay."
Okay. Are they long term?
They are long-term. They may be relieved by treatment, but they are long-term.
And can they last for the rest of one's life?
Yes, they may.
And is one of the effects what we were talking about the other day, that children who are abused go through this process that you call trauma learning?
Objection, vague and leading. To abuse.
Right, sustained as to form leading. You had asked the witness to enumerate these things, and then you backed away from that.
I'm sorry,
You had asked the witness to enumerate these effects that occur, and then you withdrew that and went on something else.
All right. So will you enumerate for us the effects that you believe Erik Menendez was suffering from at the age of 18?
Objection, vague as to what kind of effect.
All right, this is in the context of her previous answers, equating or analogizing this to the battered woman syndrome and similar effects that are observed on a child in a situation such as you've described. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was interesting, an interesting exchange. So Pam objects, saying nope, objection vague. Then he's like, well, this is in the context of the previous question, and he's like, this is essentially this is why it's not vague. Maybe try listening a little bit better, is like just kind of a little bit of how that felt, although I don't think that's how he intended to sound. But that was just an interesting exchange.
Okay, the effects that one would see would be the, what we call the inability to act, the staying bound to the situation, not seeing options, withdrawal, depression. It may be as severe as suicidal thoughts, high level of anxiety, which can get into performance types of situation.
What do you mean by that?
Well, performance anxiety has to do with becoming so anxious in the situation that one can't do their very best because that emotion is overriding their usual way to think and view a situation, whether that's like taking a test or in a social situation or even in a sports event to a certain degree.
Okay. So you said the usual effects. I'm asking whether or not you made an assessment that Erik Menendez had these effects from his history of being sexually and psychologically abused in his family.
Yes, I found those that I've just identified to be present in Erik Menendez.
Now, you talked yesterday about this notion of trauma learning, how a child's mapping, if you will, changes so they have a different kind of fear response as a result of trauma.
Yes, I did.
Now, is trauma learning something that disappears after the traumatic event, or does it persist?
No, it persists. It's really encoded into the person's way of behaving and thinking about themselves.
And so even if let us say there's a period of traumatic acts that are visited upon the child, and and this encoding has occurred,
Yes.
all right? And then let's say there's a period of time where nothing particularly traumatic happens. Can the trauma learned responses, if you will, be re-triggered by a crisis even years away from the originating traumatic acts?
Yes, it can.
Now, what are, in the literature concerning child sexual abuse, what are rescue fantasies?
Rescue fantasies are thoughts that a child has or a person has that is going to take them out of the situation, will provide the, if you will, the rescue to their dilemma. And this is something that's thought about, dreamed about, hoped for.
Now, what causes children to have these rescue fantasies?
Well, children who have these fantasies are in a situation in which they cannot affect their own, they cannot get out of the situation or stop the situation.
Now, is that in fact they cannot, or is it that they think they cannot?
Well, they think they cannot.
And what is the significance of children's rescue fantasies? Is this a coping mechanism?
Oh, well, that certainly it's the coping. First of all, they've been coping with the abuse, and the only way that they can get through it oftentimes is to think about how they're going to get out and who is going to help them get out of it. So there is this, in a way, a magical wish that somebody will come along and rescue them, or that there's something event is going to occur in their life that will somehow get them out of the situation.
Like an act of God? The house will burn down, or Dad's car will go off the road on the way home from work.
That could be a thought a child has, yes.
Now, are rescue fantasies plans for escaping the situation, or are they merely fantasies?
No, they can be actually based in reality, some event that they think is going to happen. Absolutely, as an event, yeah.
Now, in this particular case, are you familiar with the information about what occurred in the interaction and relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez after they and Erik Menendez moved to California?
Yes.
And was there some significant, to your assessment, was there some significant events that occurred shortly after the move to California?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, some of the events that had to do with the adaptation, if you will, to the new environment were one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, just moving in and adapting to the house and the surroundings and so forth.
Okay, I'm trying to focus on the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, just
Right.
significant things that happened there.
Well, in the relationship between the husband and wife, there was a great outshowing, if you will, of affection and togetherness and things like that. That was something that was observed by other persons.
Let me take you back to the fall of 1986. Are you familiar with the information that there was talk of divorce and Great Depression and unhappiness and suicidal ideation by Mrs. Menendez?
Yes, back in
Okay.
86, yes.
All right. I would like you to focus on that if you
Okay.
could. Okay. Was that a significant difference in this family?
Yes.
And would that kind of family difference disruption have an effect upon an adolescent boy living in that family?
Certainly has an effect in terms of if he becomes aware of it, which in this case he did. This was not a secret within the immediate family, nuclear family.
And what effect would it have if he becomes aware of it?
Well, it then places him in the position of what happens if indeed the parents do divorce, what happens to the children. These are all usual typical questions that any child has, let alone the emotional feelings they have about each parent and what will happen. But it really throws the child into a lot of confusion and anxiety.
Really quick here. There was a question here. Debbie Faison Cook, aren't experts allowed to use analogies? It depends on how tailored they are and how they're sort of set up. Because yeah, they definitely can use analogies. There are ways, however, to put forward an improper analogy. So I hope that makes sense.
And if you take a child who's already anxious, does this help?
No.
Now, in this particular case, was there, strike that. In this particular case, were you informed that Erik Menendez was aware that there was talk of divorce between the parents?
He was very aware of that, yes.
And was that notion of divorce in any way, did that at any point become a rescue fantasy for him?
Not as a rescue fantasy. Well, a rescue fantasy in terms of who he would be with, if that came to that point, whether a decision would have to be made as to who he lived with.
Okay. Are you familiar with the information that Mrs. Menendez left a suicide letter around for Erik to find, that he found it, that he contacted his brother, and that his brother had a conversation with the mother?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the content of that conversation, basically offering a home for the mother and Erik with Lyle?
Yes, I am.
Now, under the circumstances of this family, would the prospect of being able to go and live with his brother and his mother be a rescue fantasy?
In that context, yes.
And based on what happened after that contact with Lyle Menendez, what happened to that rescue fantasy?
It completely collapsed.
And what happens to children who are in these sort of trapped situations when their rescue fantasies collapse?
It will certainly increase the anxiety. There is now no opportunity for them to think of a way out, and it throws them right back into the confusion of what is going to happen.
And confusion about what's going to happen keeps you, just to use the most minor term, does it keep you anxious and nervous and on edge?
Absolutely keeps the young person very anxious.
Now, with respect to the sexual molestation, are you familiar with a rescue fantasy that Erik Menendez held on to for a number of years?
Yes.
And what was that rescue fantasy?
Well, the main fantasy that he had is that he would be able to get out of the situation when he went to college, when he moved away from the home and lived in the dorm at college.
Now, is that a typical rescue fantasy for molested kids? In other words, has the same thing been heard from other children?
Oh, yes. Moving out of the home into another situation doesn't always have to be college, but it certainly can be. The point is they get out of the home.
And explain, if you will, what, I'll strike that. What role do rescue fantasies have, if you will, in keeping the child in the home until the imagined event occurs?
Well, it serves a great purpose in doing that because the young person can be thinking and fantasizing about how wonderful wherever they're going is going to be, and that helps them to cope and adapt to the abuse if it's still ongoing.
And are people in general who feel trapped in situations that they can't get out of, do they tend to have fantasies to relieve some of the pressure of that situation?
Yes, that's a common coping mechanism.
And is it a coping mechanism particularly common for children in abusive families?
Yes, it is.
Now, I think you've already talked about certain things that you called adaptions. Are those things other coping mechanisms that are typical of abused and molested children?
Yes, there are other things that are coping mechanisms of abused children.
Now, I think you explained that, for example, this notion of putting your mind somewhere else is a way of fleeing when you can't physically leave.
That's correct.
And protest behaviors such as crying or attempts to run away are ways to fight back,
Yes,
if
it's
you
true.
will. In this particular case, do you recall information about when Erik Menendez was approximately 13, little things he did that were like protest behaviors?
Yes, there were some attempts to literally run away. There's examples of that. Other activities that would try to keep him away from the situation. I think one other example is his putting cinnamon into his drinks of the father.
Now, what significance do you place on the information he gave you that he would put cinnamon in his father's drinks?
Well, that was an important act. The importance I place on that, that's an act of trying to cope, deal with the situation.
It's an effort to have some control
Control.
over some aspect of the situation.
Yes.
Now, is that kind of detail, for example, putting cinnamon in the perpetrator's drink in order to flavor the fluids, the kind of thing you expect somebody to make up?
I appreciate her sort of like softening the language on that.
Who was making up a history of sexual abuse?
No.
Did you form any opinions of why it was that Erik Menendez didn't simply run away?
Yes.
And would you tell us,
At what point are you referring to?
well, I'm going to exactly get to that, except it's 12 o'clock.
Okay, and you want to do that at 1:30?
I do.
Okay. We'll recess until 1:30, ladies and gentlemen. After lunch, the jury is back, as well as all the participants in
These rainbow bars will
case
go
of People
away.
versus Erik Menendez. You may continue your direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to mark 3 pages of a typed medical record and ask that you mark 299.
It'll be marked 299.
Dr. Burgess, you testified earlier about the injury that was on Erik Menendez's medical record. Is that the medical record that you referred to?
Yes, it is.
And the injury that you were describing, the first entry on that.
Yes.
And what is the date of that entry?
That is 12/13/77.
So Erik would have been just 7 years old at the time of that examination.
That is correct.
And that shows injuries to what part of the throat?
To 3 parts of the throat. It's the posterior pharynx.
Emily Aarons, I apologize. I didn't think that you guys would be able to hear that. That's Mr. Bites in the other room. He's watching something entirely different. I'm gonna text him to say, whatever it is, it's definitely not what we're watching, and must be much more lighthearted, I guess you could say. So I apologize for that. Usually the mic is pretty good at only picking up like me and then other stuff not coming up. So anyway, thank you for letting me know.
Pharynx, the uvula, and the soft palate.
Thank you. Now I had begun to talk to you about the notion of Erik Menendez's ability to run away from this particular family. Do you recall from the information you received and from Erik Menendez's testimony that there was an effort on his part to run away when he was approximately 12?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And you're aware that it was the father who found him and threatened him as a result of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Are you aware of 2 other, shall we say, feeble gestures at running away that occurred later in Erik Menendez's life?
Yes,
Overall.
yes, I am.
And what are those 2?
Just that look of disappointment. She was like so ready to testify about it. so ready to testify about it. That whole like, oh, come on, man. It was great. Oh, and also, Mr. Bites said to tell you all that the thing that he was laughing at was Tim Dillon. He was watching uh either his podcast or maybe some other, yeah, probably his podcast or something. We've got a lot of comedians being played in the Bites house. So anyhow, that's what that was.
Incidents, as you recall them.
There's an incident at age 17, and there is one within a very short time period of the last week, around beginning part of the week, I believe, a weekend.
The week that his parents were killed?
Yes.
Now, dealing with that last week, have you reviewed all the data available on what transpired within the family during that last week leading up to the shootings?
Yes, I have.
And have you determined 5 critical factors that contributed to the occurrence of the shootings in this case?
Yes, I have.
And if you could, would you identify, first just list the 5 factors, and then I'll have you explain them.
Okay, the 5 factors are Erik Menendez's father's insistence that he continue to live partially at home, which Erik understands to mean that the sexual abuse will continue. Second, Erik Menendez's disclosure of his sexual abuse and suffering to Lyle after witnessing Lyle's humiliation by his mother. Third, Erik Menendez's learning of Lyle's confrontation with the father, prompting the father's threat to protect the secret at all costs. 4, Erik Menendez's resistance through flight of his father's attempted assault. And 5th, the mother revealing her knowledge of the abuse and her blaming her sons for the family's problems.
Okay. Now, if we could go back then and talk about each of these from the standpoint of its impact on Erik Menendez's state of mind during the course of these events. First of all, you talked about his father's insistence that he spend a certain number of days at home.
That's correct.
And does this have some impact on this notion of rescue fantasy that we had talked about before?
Yes, it does. It really destroys that whole rescue fantasy right there.
And you've testified that this rescue fantasy was a method by which Erik could go on, could cope and adapt and live with what was happening to him, so long as he believed there'd be an escape.
Yes, this is his dream, his hope, his wish.
And what happens emotionally, if you will, in your opinion, when this particular fantasy, that you're aware he had this in mind for about 3.5 years or so.
Yes.
And what happens when this fantasy is basically destroyed?
Well, 2 things happen. One, his anxiety goes up about what the possible what that means. But second of all, it's very depressing, very deflating, if you will, to have this dream now dashed.
And does he have, based on your evaluation of him and everything you know, does he have any resource to fall back on here to get him through?
No, he doesn't.
Cause for speculation.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Okay. Based on your evaluation and examination of him, are you aware of any contingent plan for coping that he had developed over the previous years?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is based on what she has been told.
You're asking whether or not the defendant told her anything about that?
Yes. Did you have any
Ask it that
information?
way.
All right. I thought I had. Did
We
you have
haven't.
any information from him that he had worked out any contingent plan for rescue?
I had no information from him that he had worked out a contingency plan.
And with abused children who have these rescue fantasies, do they usually have 2 or 3 or 4? Or do they focus on one thing to get them through?
Well, they generally focus on one thing to get them through.
Now, you're aware that Erik reports that at this point, he became extremely depressed and suicidal.
Yes.
Is that consistent with the deflation of a rescue fantasy as it's been studied in other children as well?
Yes.
Now, you said the second, well, is that, let me make sure that That's all that was significant, that you've mentioned all the significant things about this deflating of the rescue fantasy.
Yes.
Okay. The second factor you said was Erik's disclosure to Lyle Menendez.
Yes.
Okay. And what significance does that have?
Well, the significance that has is he does witness for the first time, overtly witness the mother humiliating his brother. And that is something that certainly makes him now want to share with his brother what has happened to him, because he sees his brother as also experiencing some of the feelings that he has had.
And is in this family history, was Lyle, or did Erik have notions, based on your interview with Erik and other witnesses, did Erik have notions of where Lyle stood in the family?
Yes.
And what were those?
Well, Lyle essentially was the heir apparent in the family. He was the designated son that was to carry on from the father's standpoint. And that became very important to Erik to see this humiliation by the mother to this this child or this son.
So there was some identification of co-victim status, you think?
Oh,
between-
right. That was the identification that he saw. He now realized he shared the same kinds of experiences. He could now tell him the experiences that he had.
Okay, well, is that the only reason why he could tell him, or did the destruction of the rescue fantasy also
Well, that had
contribute to that?
yeah, that had prepared him. In other words, very often that you will get a joining of or a series of events that make it kind of converge to make it easier for someone to tell someone this type of information, which he had never revealed really to his brother.
Based on your understanding of Erik's state of mind at the point when he disclosed to Lyle, were there any other options that he would conceive of to get him out of the situation of the sexual molestation with his father?
Sustained.
You understand, Dr. Burgess, when I ask you these questions, I'm asking it based solely on the information that you have from Erik Menendez and other witnesses.
Yes, I do.
I'm not asking you to make stuff up or to speculate.
Yes.
Okay.
Then phrase it rather than asking what the defendant could conceive of, ask him if you're asking whether he told her anything. Express
Well,
it
I
that way.
don't think it's just based on that, Your Honor, with all due respect. I think that's part of it, but
Well, the way you phrased it, you're asking her to speculate as to what he could possibly think of. So you have to
within the
phrase it some other way.
context, I'm sorry, Your Honor, in the context of this family history, and particularly the history of the last 3.5 years in this family, okay? Were there any examples that you're aware of in other people's behavior, for example, that Erik Menendez witnessed that showed a way out of this family?
Not a way out in a positive way.
Okay. Was there any example or examples of an inability for anyone in this family to leave it?
Yes.
And what were those examples?
Well, certainly the example of the mother in terms of her continuing depression, her despair, to the point where she becomes suicidal. She leaves information for her sons to find. She is drinking. She is on medication. All of these factors are very clear, and is a very important one for the sons to see that she is not going to get out of that situation.
In other words, she doesn't leave the marriage in spite of all this.
That's right.
And is there some significance here that her suffering, from the son's perspective, or at least from what they would have been able to see, is caused by the father?
Absolutely. Yes.
And yet she doesn't leave.
That's correct.
Now, is there also any significance to the relationship that Lyle Menendez maintained and continued with both parents, even after he had left home and gone away to school?
Well, he does leave home and he does go away to school, but that doesn't mean that he isn't kept very much a part of the family. Their father is flying back and forth. There's a lot of continued phone calls daily, even more than daily. So there's a lot of continued activity and intrusion by the parents into his life, even though he's thousands of miles away.
And based on what you knew, of course, Erik Menendez was quite aware of how his brother was still totally within the family, even though living in Princeton.
Yes.
Now, this, okay, you were describing what the significance of the disclosure to Lyle is. What is its significance with respect to Erik Menendez's anxiety level and fears?
Well, what that does to his fears and his anxiety is to just increase it.
And why is that?
Because the aspects that he felt in control about, that he could look to, that he had support from, as he sees those beginning to crumble, it makes him more anxious. And what is he going to do? So all of the doubt, the confusion, the fear, the anxiety all increases.
Okay. Is there some component of anxiety that would automatically increase whenever a child who's kept one of these secrets under threat of death reveals it?
The anxiety of just not being able to think of anything to do.
Well, my question really has to do with the fact that you're aware that based on Erik Menendez's statements and testimony, that his father always threatened to kill him if he revealed the secret.
Yes.
Okay, now he's revealed the secret.
Yes,
Okay, so does that increase anxiety? Just
Yes.
that mere fact, no matter who he told?
that's right.
And in the course of this telling Lyle, is it your understanding that Lyle was going to take action?
That was not necessarily Eric's understanding at the time he told him. That was a subsequent action taken by Lyle.
Okay, but in the discussion with Lyle, Lyle says he's going to talk to the father.
Yes, he does say that.
Okay, and would that fact that Lyle says he's going to now take action to try to stop it, would that have any contribution to Erik Menendez's anxiety and fear?
Absolutely, greatly increases it even more.
Now, in your opinion, did Erik Menendez, as a sexually molested child and as a child of this otherwise abusive family, experience that form of trauma learning that would give him a heightened, a rekindling effect to threats of fear,
Yes.
to fear stimulus?
To fear stimulus, that's right, yes.
Now, you said the next critical factor is that Erik Menendez learns of the confrontation between Lyle and his father.
That's correct.
Now, he learns of that, well, strike that. Chronologically speaking, though, isn't there first a confrontation between himself and his father before he knows what went on between his father and Lyle?
Yes,
Okay. And you said that that was significant, that critical factor was significant because it was a sign of resistance and of flight from his father's assault.
yes, this is one of the first times that he actually is able to successfully resist.
And what's the significance of that in the overall pattern of things here?
Well, that shows a new way of behaving. That is a departure, if you will, from a usual coping, which had been to stay in the situation and comply. So you now see new action being taken.
And this resistance and then fleeing actually works, does it not, to stop that assault?
Yes, it does.
So is this learning, in effect, that some form of action may be help, some kind of action to defend himself may actually work?
Yes, and it certainly does in that situation and gives him a new perspective.
Now, you said the next significant factor was that he finds out about the nature of the confrontation between his brother and his father.
That's correct.
And what is significant about that information that he receives?
Well, that, up until this point, he has been told that his brother is going to do this. Now he gets not only does he tell, but he gets the reaction of the father from Lyle's perspective.
Okay, and what does that do to his basic state of mind with respect to anxiety and fear?
Well, this actually heightens, this is one of the critical factors that really heightens it, because now the incest secret is out. There has been statements made by the parties involved, and that is really the heightening, if you will, the new crisis.
So this is a crisis situation.
Yes, it is.
And in this new crisis situation, would you expect that that his heightened alarm system is going to be highly activated?
Yes, he's highly anxious, and yes.
And then you said the last piece of the critical factors was the revelation by his mother that not only did she know all along, but that she blames her sons for her own problems.
Yes.
Now, was this blaming her sons for her problems a new aspect in her behavior?
No, this was not new.
And how had it manifested itself before?
Oh, there had been many examples in which she would say that one of the sons had forgotten something and blame them when indeed it had been her responsibility, or there are examples such as that.
Did you consider her leaving the suicide note for Erik to find it another way that she's trying to blame her children for her problems?
That's another example. Yes.
How significant is that fact that she, in 1986, when the family had just moved here and they were all uprooted, she leaves this suicide note for her youngest son to find?
I say that's very significant and very serious,
Why?
because it produces information that's very difficult for an adolescent young man to absorb, to have to be able to deal with. And it's also very dangerous in terms of other factors that were ongoing.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that 2 years or so after this, she purchases a gun?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that she's still in therapy with suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
And what does that do with respect to the environment of the home?
You know, and it's not only that, but it's all that Erik is hearing, the arguing, the despair, the crying. There's an enormous amount of crying that he hears. And this plus the note, plus the fact that she has a gun in which there's ammunition readily available, makes this a very dangerous home, a very dangerous household for a young person to be in. And this is also at a time when his brother isn't present.
So having lived in this dangerous environment, does the danger go away just because Lyle is now home for this period in 1989?
No.
You're familiar with the information concerning Mrs. Menendez's threats to poison the family?
Yes, I am.
And based on all of this information, in your opinion, given his history and his anxiety, would Erik Menendez have genuinely believed that his mother was capable of killing him?
Yes.
Pause for speculation. Let's prescribe.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Right, because the question would be how would she know, right? How would she know that Erik had those thoughts in his mind? The question has to be phrased in such a way that allows her to answer in a way that she can kind of clue that in.
Based on the special knowledge that he had of his mother's history over the years, okay,
Yes.
and the effects of her treatment of him,
Yes.
do you believe he could have harbored a good faith belief that she could kill him?
Same objection. Pause for speculation.
Objection sustained.
Well, I'd like to approach on this
All right.
one.
Certainly.
Really quick, while they figure that out, here's a good question from Mads Bazoo. At what point does one separate the human from the lawyer within you? TBH, I find it difficult to believe that the prosecution thinks all of this is a lie. I think that sometimes when you've been working on a case for so many weeks, months, years, it can be hard to pull yourself out of it, and especially with the arguments that you are crafting. This is why it's always a good idea as an attorney to sort of pull yourself out, reach out to a lawyer friend that you have that's maybe outside of your firm, without giving confidential information about the case, obviously, but kind of give some information to get a gut check from them that's always very, very helpful because it's a fresh set of eyes, fresh set of ears, person that's thinking about things in a fresh sort of way. That's really, really helpful to get perspective on the case that you sometimes lose when you're living in it for so long. I have no idea what this looked like on a day-to-day basis in terms of preparing for trial at the LA County DA. But, for Pam or for Kuriyama, I don't know, but I'm thinking that it could be a possibility that they have gotten to be a bit tunnel visioned over time. It's definitely something that's possible, at least. Not saying that that's what's happened, because like I said, I don't know. I don't have enough information, but it's entirely possible that they could have gotten tunnel vision as to the case. And then given how much media attention that this case has gotten, continued over the years with, documentaries and TV specials and all this kind of stuff and interviews, people want interviews with them. It's my understanding that Lester Kuriyama hasn't done very many interviews other than like one initial one after the case. But Pam Bozanich, on the other hand, has done a lot of interviews. I would also imagine that psychologically you would want to retain consistency in how you view that case over time, because to change your mind over time, some people would say, looks like you were wrong, you were a fraud somehow, or I don't know, there can be some negative implications that people could attach to someone later on going back and being like, I kind of was wrong. So I think that there are a number of reasons why maintaining that consistency on at the very least for a professional standpoint is something that would be important to a person. Whether or not that's the case of what's happened, I don't know. But personally, I am very much of the opinion that people change their mind based on information. People change their perspective based on culture changing, and all of that kind of stuff can happen. And so someone could change their mind, but I think that sometimes people just have a hard time wrestling with changing their mind about something that they have so strongly entrenched themselves in over the years. That sometimes that can happen too. Then again, maybe she still just very firmly believes it. I don't know. But this is an interesting point from Your Everyday Sheep. This case also ruined Pam's potential future career. I'm speculating, but I think that plays a role in how spiteful she is about the brothers. Yeah, that could be. That definitely could be. So yeah. All right. Anyway, let's continue on. But that was a very interesting question. Thank you so much, Mads.
Okay, I'll see if I remember it now. Dr. Burgess, based on your evaluation of all of the material before you, and particularly focusing on the history that Erik Menendez had with his mother and these events that had occurred over the last few years, and the effects of the abuse on Erik Menendez, is it your opinion that he could have actually believed that his mother was going to kill him?
Yes.
Now, was there also...
Oh, and also, sorry, just I want to make sure that follow-up questions and thoughts are expressed in here. But Mads Bazoo also saying, I'm not saying that the boys shouldn't be prosecuted. They did commit a crime after all. Some of the questions are just insensitive. Does the prosecution not think of their reputation? I think it also was at that time, the LA County DA's office also had a particular reputation that they were very concerned about. And it was that they were weak and that they couldn't get convictions on tough criminals. There were a number of high profile cases that they lost leading up to the, I guess, especially the second case. One of the big ones that happened between this trial and the second Menendez trial was O.J. Simpson. That was a huge loss for the DA's office. And so I think that could have played a role in how they went about this whole case. But also keep in mind that this is also late 80s, early 90s. It also was a very different time in terms of like how we view the police. Being tough on crime was I think, if I remember correctly, it was a much bigger thing. It was considered culturally a better thing to be considered tough on crime, to have a very strong police force, to, basically, criminals are criminals. And I mean, we say that still, but this idea of like someone's been accused of a crime, criminality is very often, uh, not necessarily assumed, but it seemed like it was more of a time for people to lean more towards the police, at that time, rather than today, where there definitely is a much stronger sense of disfavor with the police. And so that can color things in a lot of ways as well. Draco Amy Live. So was OJ before or after this trial? It was after this trial and before the retrial. So that happened in between the two. Yeah. Debbie Faison Cook. OJ was in between the two trials. Arda Risnan. This was also a really important chance for the judge to redeem himself after Rodney King. Yeah, because he was either the judge or was he a prosecutor for that one as well. I'm not sure. And also Carolyn V. I think it's worth remembering that before the internet age, there were fewer perspectives circulated. The news was in support of the prosecution's line of argument. 100%. That's another very, very good point. Is information was much more centralized. There were very few avenues for that, and for people to air their thoughts and have discussion about these cases that could help people inform their perspectives in different ways. So yeah. All righty. Okay. Let's continue on with the testimony, but fantastic questions and really great discussion.
So factors from the family history that would lead him to form that could lead him to form the same belief concerning his father's willingness to kill him.
Yes, there were.
And what were the factors with respect to the father that could have informed that belief?
First of all, the threats that were made. Second of all, the knowledge that the father accomplished things that he intended to, whether that's in the work setting or whether it's in the home setting, that his focus on success and achievement. The fact that the sons were really seen as objects for a father's pleasure, and if you will, rather than to be worthy as individuals themselves. And perhaps most important, the feeling that the father was seeing and saying to the son that he was disappointed in him, that he was a failure, especially that factor was a very significant one.
In this family, the way this father behaved, do you see any evidence that he gave messages of acceptance or unconditional regard for his son?
Yes.
Yes?
Conditional regard. Sorry, conditional regard for his son.
And what was the condition precedent, if you will, in this family for any regard from this father? What'd you have to do to get regard?
Well, you had to do what he wanted you to do.
And was one of the things he wanted them to do was win?
Oh, yes, win.
And you're familiar with the facts concerning Erik's loss at the tennis tournament that summer?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the fact that there had been conflict on some level with the father in the spring of 1989 because Erik wanted to not report every single detail of his tennis practice to his father.
Yes.
And that the father was apparently threatening to disown, somehow erase Erik as a member of the family.
Yes, because he wasn't doing as he was supposed to.
And are you also aware of information from your interview with Erik about the father talking about getting a new family?
Yes.
What was that information?
That info,
Hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth, Your Honor, but only for Erik Menendez's state of mind.
We have a question right back, please.
Reading back the question.
Question, are you also aware of information from your interview with Erik Menendez about the father talking about getting a new family?
Right, objection overruled. Objection, lay a foundation as to
I was about
the
to.
nature of that conversation, when and where.
Okay. The conversation concerning the father or the conversation with Erik Menendez, Your Honor?
The one that she is related.
Okay. What information did you have about the father making statements about getting a new family?
I had information from Erik Menendez.
Yes. When was it the father would make these statements?
The father would make these statements when he was displeased with something, whether it is something he had done or perhaps he had lost at a sports activity or his situation in school.
And what was it the father would say?
The father always said that one of the things that he could do is just to wipe out the family and get a new one and start all over again.
Now, by wipe out, he wasn't talking about killing them, was he? Or was it?
Well, I don't think that that was ever made clear.
Erik's state of mind during this week, particularly after the confrontation with his father, both his and his brothers. What do all these attributes of the father and statements of the father add up to?
These add up to what was transmitted to the son as to how the son, the fear that he placed him in, and what he could do to the son.
Do these messages add up to the kind of thing that a traumatized child with this high level of anxiety could put together as a belief in the father's ability to kill him?
Yes, it certainly does. As the anxiety is raised, as each one of the factors comes in, especially as statements of threats of killing the family come in, that certainly does raise the anxiety and the fear cues.
Now, you have talked before about the basic neurobiological basis for the symptoms of fear, the feelings of fear, the physical side.
Yes.
Does this physical component dominate?
Yes. This is a new crisis situation.
Now, at this point, we're now talking about Thursday night after the confrontations with the parents and the conversation with Lyle concerning what has transpired in Lyle's conversation with the father, okay?
Yes.
At this point, based on his entire history, okay,
Yes.
and based on the effects of this history, what options would be apparent to a person in Erik's situation?
Well, the options that generally would come in would be to leave the situation, to try to get out of the situation. That's one whole set of options.
That's the runaway.
The runaway.
Why wasn't that
Right.
a viable option for Erik Menendez?
That
It's an
wasn't a
important
viable
question.
option for him because of past behavior, for one example, that he had tried in the past, but even more so of where to go, how to do it. None of that was readily available for him to plan that type of action.
Why not?
He didn't have the actual options to. I think the other thing is that what was so important in this family was that the mother never left in the situation, and that is a modeling type of thing.
Okay, but if you're now actively afraid of death, and you've indicated he would have been, okay,
Mhm.
why can't he at this point simply change all of his previous thinking and all of his previous feeling and all of his previous dependency and just up and leave?
Well, that's not the way this is also an abused child that has been traumatized, and the trauma learning part, which is encoded, just doesn't allow for that.
I know, I'm trying to get some notion. I mean, I know why, but I'm trying to get some notion of why.
He just didn't see those options.
Okay. is there any component here also of fear upon running away? I mean, is running away always presented itself to these children as a safe option?
No, fear is the underlying part here, and the fear raises the level so that there is no option that they see. They don't see themselves as being able, or he doesn't see himself as being able to be effective in the situation, to be able to see that as an option.
My point, though, is that he feared that if he ran away, it would only be worse, that they'd come after him.
Well, that was always a basic fear, right? Where would he go? Who would be there to help him? There was never any offer within the immediacy of who could he go to that the father couldn't find.
So that the notion of not having anywhere to go is not having anywhere to go where the father wouldn't find him.
That's right. The father had always said he would find him no matter where, even if he had to get law enforcement out after him.
And is that a credible threat from a father in this particular position in life?
Oh.
Would the father's position in life inform that threat? In other words, make it more believable to a child, the fact that he's rich, he has a powerful personality.
Yes, there's no question that that has a factor, and that he would be able to find him.
And are you familiar with the mother's ability to track and stalk people?
Yes. She had shown examples of that.
And has she shown examples of being able of spying and surreptitiously surveilling her children?
She had done both that for her children as well as for other people that she knew or was trying to find out about.
Now, it's one of the developmental issues for adolescents, a notion of independence and responsibility.
Yes.
And if a person feels that they know how to take care of themselves, is that part of a feeling of independence?
Yes.
If a child is never allowed to make decisions that impact how their own physical well-being, does that child ever develop this feeling of responsibility, ability to take care of oneself, independence?
No, they don't.
And children who don't develop that, do they feel helpless to assist themselves?
Yes, anyone that doesn't have skills like that is going to find themselves very helpless in any type of situation that requires problem solving.
Now, would it matter if by all sorts of efforts and group participation that same child were able to get into the University of California? Does that tell you that person did not have a sense of helplessness?
No, it doesn't.
Would the fact that that person was able, with tremendous hard work and lots of pressure, to do well in junior amateur competitive tennis tell you anything about their sense of responsibility or helplessness to be on their own and escape very controlling parents?
No, not at all. That's a very different type of situation.
Let me ask you this, because I haven't before. What role, if any, did Erik Menendez's athletic ability and whatever rewards that brought him play in the picture of the effects of abuse on him?
That played a very important role. That probably was the primary aspect of his life that saved him in terms of having physical activity, having a very focused type of activity in which he could really excel, so that the physical sport of whether it be tennis or whatever it was allowed him to work off, if you will, a lot of the feelings and so forth that he had developed because of the abusive situation.
So it actually was a release of some sort for him.
Yes.
And that's true even though there were aspects of it that he didn't like, that other people feel were abusive,
Yes.
even though it was tremendous pressure.
It was tremendous pressure, yes.
Have there been studies that show that sexually molested boys, one of the therapies prescribed for them is a lot of athletic involvement?
Yes, it certainly is one that we strongly advocate.
Is it important for children to survive mentally that they be good at something?
Yes.
Now, you recall way back in the beginning of your testimony, I was talking to you about some factors that would not have been known at the point of examining the crime scene to inform one about how this all came about, but that developed in the information pool later.
Yes.
You are familiar, are you not, with the information concerning Lyle and Erik Menendez's trips to gun stores and ultimate purchase of shotguns?
Yes, I am.
And you recall I had asked you early in your testimony whether you considered the purchasing of the shotguns part of a plan to commit a premeditated homicide.
I remember that question, yes.
And your answer to that question was?
I did not consider it a plan as described.
Now, what do you consider the obvious purchase of the shotguns that occurred Friday following this Thursday night of confrontations?
I consider that it was a form of self-protection.
Definitely good for the defense. That answer is very good for the defense.
Could you identify any other person in Lyle or Erik Menendez's history who would have been a logical person for them to go to for protection?
Objection improper.
Sustained.
Was there anyone who you saw in examining all of the data who played a protective role for Lyle and Erik Menendez over the course of their lives?
Same opinion. Same objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a protective role is? A person who provides protection?
Yes, I do.
Did you see any evidence of such a person in this family history?
Objection improper opinion.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard. I don't understand that. I admit I'm not that bright today.
All right, you may come up here and we'll enlighten you.
Thank you.
Come up here and we will enlighten you.
All right, next question.
Did Erik Menendez, in his interview with you, ever say that there was anyone he felt he could go to for protection from his father?
No, he did not.
Did he indicate there was ever anyone he could go to for protection from his mother?
No, he did not identify anyone.
And did he indicate to you that at the point when he and his brother were discussing the probable consequences of the confrontations, that he felt he had no options but to defend himself?
That is my understanding, yes.
That was your understanding of what he told you?
Yes, that he had no options.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
And is that feeling or sense or concept typical of abused children who feel they cannot escape the abuse situation?
Yes.
Now, we have talked about, strike that, you have testified about this unconscious, if you will, habit of hypervigilance, of scanning the environment that manifests itself in people who've been traumatized and are fearful.
Yes, it's not in their conscious awareness.
And are you aware of, based on things that Erik Menendez told you, that Lyle Menendez and Erik Menendez testified to, are you aware of behavior on their part over the course of those last 3 days that is hypervigilant behavior, scanning behavior?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Such as?
First of all, it looks at reading of the cues that are there. It looks at the conversation and the confrontation that is had. It looks at such things as the activities that the family takes, the fishing trip. It looks at even the doors being locked or unlocked. There are a number of factors in that last week that to them indicated danger.
Now, did Erik Menendez, in talking to him, indicate to you the significance of these kinds of facts?
No, he did not indicate that.
Or did he indicate that he noticed these things, that these things?
Yes, he noticed those things and he was able to tell me those things. That's correct.
And did he tell you, for example, that his father on that Sunday night, telling him to go up to his room had significance to him.
Yes, that did have significance to him.
And is that the kind of statement that might appear on the face to someone without special knowledge to mean nothing, but to a person who's been in an abusive relationship, it's what you're calling a cue?
Yes, that is an example of a cue.
And is the closing of the door, for example, of the family room after this cue has been given, another cue?
That's another cue.
And is the parents unwilling?
I wish that rather than going on with another question, which sounds very leading, I wish that she would have stopped right here and said, well, why? Because that's a very important point that people agree or disagree on, as is them closing the door. What was so menacing? What was so threatening about that to the brothers? How is that a cue? And what exactly would that mean in this kind of a context to someone who's been living in this kind of an environment? Yeah, I wish that she had paused right there rather than continuing on with to try to get whatever answer she wants to get next.
Willingness to allow Lyle and Erik to leave the house that night, another cue?
Yes, that is another cue.
And is the mother stuttering and being unable to give a reason why they can't just go out of the house that night, another cue?
Yes, that is.
And is the fact that on Saturday night, Mrs. Menendez told Erik that he was the reason the family wasn't going to work out, another cue?
Yes, that was a very important cue.
And are these the kinds of cues that triggered this rekindled high level of fear?
Yes. In fact, it's a cumulative effect of all of those cues. It isn't just one cue alone.
And to persons such as Erik Menendez, who have been traumatized by these people who are sending out these cue messages, okay, is he having these neurobiological, your opinion, is he having this neurobiological response to this message that you've described as automatic?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Would one in his situation, with his past, receiving a series of significant cues, be likely to experience this neurobiological reaction that you've described?
Yes, he would.
And I think you've indicated that this reaction is automatic and not directed by rational thought.
Yes, that is the point. Yes.
Are there other facts or information that you received from Erik Menendez, from either his interview with you or his testimony or the testimony of his brother, that suggests to you that this limbic system response is full bore what's going on that Sunday night?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Excuse me. Yes. Can just ask a couple of other questions. Can the look on someone's face, like the look on Mrs. Menendez's face at the close of the argument Sunday night, also be a cue?
Yes. Again, the sensory kinds of impact, whether it's visual, whether it's something they heard, both of those are very strong cues.
Are there other facts that you're aware of that occurred during that Sunday night period that suggest to you the kind of limbic system response you were describing yesterday and Friday?
Well, the other critical factor is the statement about there was silence too. There was a certain amount of silence from the father in terms of not saying anything that was important during those last 2 days, which generally meant something was going to happen.
And was silence, therefore, given that family history, also a cue?
Yes, it was a cue.
Are you familiar with statements attributed to the father that he would not ever tip his hand if he were going to do something really bad to someone, he would simply do it?
Yeah. And certainly that was known within the family of how he operated.
Now, is the triggering and the automatic reactions of the limbic system, an abnormal response, a normal response, what?
It's a normal response. It's a protective mechanism, and it's in the body to be able to alert the person or the organism. So it's a very, very critical part of our being. It's a normal response.
Now, you said that it's when someone is operating in the throes of this neurobiological system, you've indicated that it's a situation of high emotionality and low or no thinking.
That's correct.
And when you say low or no thinking, does it take any amount of thinking to be able, for example, to run into your closet and get a shotgun?
No.
Does it take thinking in the way that you're using the term to stick some shells inside that shotgun?
Section improper.
Sustain.
Do you consider those acts in conflict with your description of the kinds of actions people are taking when their limbic system has been activated?
No, I don't see them in conflict.
Why not?
Because it's again, puts in the category of automatic. These are automatic behaviors that spring into action.
What's the difference between an automatic behavior and a reasoned or rational or cognitive behavior?
Well, to have a reasoned cognitive response, you have to, first of all, have low emotion so that the thinking is organized and can do all of what we call the general cognitive functions. The minute that you raise that level of anxiety, it starts to disorganize the thinking. And it won't be rational.
Okay. Now, when someone is operating under this level of fear, would you expect them? We'll strike that. I believe you said that under this level of fear, it can affect the ability to perceive and to remember a certain quality of detail. Is that correct?
Yes, memory can be affected with this level of anxiety.
And you've heard, strike that, you've read the testimony and you've interviewed Erik Menendez concerning what level of detail he remembers or doesn't remember from the actual shooting.
Yes.
And is there anything notable to you about his report of the level of detail?
There is not a level of detail, so that in itself is important. He is able to describe certain actions, but there's a lack of memory around certain parts of what happened that evening.
And what's the significance of that to you?
Well, the significance of that is that the high level of anxiety is just so present that the ability of the mind to remember and clearly give details is missing.
Now, is there another area where it's been studied where persons under a high level of anxiety in shooting situations don't recall details?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is reported in the law enforcement literature in terms of police shootings and being able to give precise detail around what happens versus what event.
This is very well understood that your memory gets impacted, especially when we're talking about traumatic experiences.
And police shootings, are the police getting shot or are they shooting people or both?
Well, both.
And this is a noted phenomenon that even police officers have difficulty with details of a shooting?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to draw your attention to the question of hatred, love, and fear, if you will.
Okay.
In the literature and in the research, I think you've indicated that obviously anybody can hate anybody in a general sense.
Yes.
Do abused children tend to hate their parents?
They
Overall.
generally do not hate their parents.
And is there anything that your examination in this case has turned up that indicates that Erik Menendez hated his parents?
No, there was no information that I could find in this case that he hated his parents. there are indications of things that he did not like. We certainly have had that identified, but in terms of the word hate, no.
Mrs. Bozanich had asked you yesterday about the 21,000 homicides or so that were reported in the crime classification manual.
Yes.
And are you familiar with generally the way statistically homicides break down in this country? In other words, what are the most common kinds versus what are the more rare kinds?
Yes.
And what's the most common kind of homicide?
I think most,
Sustained.
You've indicated that there are crime scenes that talk about domestic homicides.
yes,
It's true, is it not, that most homicides occur between people who know each other?
that is true.
And with respect to domestic homicides, on investigation, does it appear that those are usually related to family issues?
Yes, it,
Improper opinion, lots of speculation. Irrelevant.
Sustained without proper foundation.
In other words, lay some foundation and she can testify to it.
Are you aware of the literature on children who kill their parents?
yes,
Is there literature on that subject, so-called parricide cases?
yes, there is.
I think she meant to say patricide.
And is it current within the professional community to which you belong to look at cases involving parricide from the perspective of potential child abuse?
Yes. It's an important factor.
Now, based on what you understand about the effects of abuse on children, is it in your opinion, a rational model to talk about an abused child simply deciding one morning that he's had enough of it and he hates his parents and I think I'll off him?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Do you know of any model where an abused child can completely separate himself from his whole history of abuse?
Hang on. Sorry. Oh, parricide. Really? Okay. So patricide refers to only killing your father. I had thought that was referring to both. Parasite. Well, now I don't know if you're joking. Okay. Well, I might stand corrected. Happily so.
And make an independent determination that he hates his parents?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained. It's also ambiguous, unintelligible question.
Anything else?
That's enough.
And you don't like it? Okay, I get the
It's
message.
enough to know that you're not going to be able to ask that one.
Well, I figured that.
Ask another one.
I sort of kind of got that message. What evidence what evidence have you, well, strike this. You've indicated that there's nothing in what you've examined that indicates that Erik Menendez hated his parents. Is there evidence to the contrary?
Yes, there's evidence to the contrary, very much so.
And that he loved his parents?
That he loved his parents, yes.
And what's the evidence to support that notion?
Well, the
Improper opinion.
Which opinion was that?
About loving his
That he loved
parents.
The evidence to support her opinion that he loved his parents. Improper opinion.
All right, that was 2 questions ago. This is another one asking for the basis of the opinion.
I think he might be getting at you snooze, you lose. You objected way too late to that question.
I'm objecting to the basis of the opinion.
All right, well, the objection should have been to the opinion, not to the basis of it. Objection overruled at this point.
Go ahead.
I think her saying that she was objecting to the foundation of it or what have you was her trying to save the objection. But yeah, that was not a winning strategy. Nice try, but no.
Okay, there is evidence to the contrary that indeed Erik Menendez did love his parents, that he wanted to live up to the family values, that he wanted to do well by the family. And even after their deaths, there has been continued focus on being able to love his parents and to even want to memorialize that. So that I think that is an important point, that he did not hate his parents, but indeed loved them.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. I have nothing further on.
All right, we'll take a recess until 3 o'clock, 12 minutes.
Okay, so this is going to be cross-examination. Before we do that, I want to make sure that I get to these questions. Tish, the defense lawyers in Idaho are arguing that they don't have enough time to review evidence, find experts, etc. The prosecution seems to agree. The problem is both the amount of evidence and not getting evidence from the police/FBI in a timely manner. This affects both sides. Do you think it's possible that the defense or prosecution had the same issues in this trial? I don't think so, because it seems like the investigation was run through LAPD, as opposed to the FBI getting involved. We haven't seen any evidence in this case that there was any sort of federal law enforcement. Sorry, I saw Matthew like slowly creeping by in the corner, because Indy's sleeping over here. She didn't want to disturb her. Anyhow, yeah, I haven't seen any sort of evidence that the federal law enforcement was involved in really any level. So I don't think that there was any backlog of information on this case. As far as I know, however, maybe I'm entirely wrong on that, and folks in the chat can correct me. But that's what that's my impression. So I think here there were apparently problems with the investigation anyway, even without having to wait for federal investigators to get involved. So yeah. Also, Tish wants to know, why are evidence given to the prosecution only instead of prosecution and the defense? Well, so the investigators are usually working with prosecutors. The prosecutors usually have quick access to the information. However, there is something called it comes from a court case called Brady, that if somebody makes a what's called a Brady request, a defense attorney makes a Brady, or a defendant makes a Brady request, meaning that they request all information, including potentially exculpatory information. Prosecutors are supposed to hand that over to the defense. So there are ways of getting what's called discovery, getting evidence from the other side in the pretrial process. That also occurs in criminal cases as well. So it's a matter of requesting, and then it's also a matter of the prosecution doing what is constitutionally necessary, which is handing over the information when it has been requested, including potentially exculpatory information. Otherwise, if they don't, then that is a good way for a conviction to be overturned. So I hope that answers your question. All right. So now we're getting into cross-examination. This should be this is going to be 25, 30 minutes, something like that. Not even. So it should be actually relatively quick. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Matter with the witness. Was there any further questioning by the defense in regards to this issue?
Well, the issue, Dr. Burgess said the issue has to do with the significance of intergenerational abuse.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
And the significance for your evaluation of this family. Is there information that you have indicating that Kitty Menendez was raised in a family where there was,
You have to speak up a little bit.
where there was
So this is outside the courtroom now.
Physical abuse by her father against her mother that she witnessed.
Yes.
And is there information that you received that this abusive pattern in the family persisted for many, many years?
Yes.
And what significance would you place on that?
Well, the significance I'd place on that,
Just so that everyone is aware, this is outside the presence of both juries right now. Jury's at recess. They're going through a bit of testimony to see what else she can testify to.
that is that the factor that she witnessed this, that it was known in the family, would put her in the position of developing some response to that and learning from that, and that very well could and would influence her behavior with her in her own family.
And influence her behavior in what way?
In terms of not being able to protect.
Well, does it mean that she would necessarily be an abuser? Does it mean that she would tolerate abuse?
Well, in the witnessing of the event, what happens is the child gets to see both the victim and the abuser. So the potential for being able to identify with both is there. So it does have a higher potential for her to go either way, of either not being able to protect or of actually inflicting injury herself to her
And
children.
Would that explain conduct of hers that it's been reported to you that she both did not protect the children from abuse by the father and abused them herself?
Yes.
And would that information, or has that information about her own family life, was that a factor that you looked to corroborate the reports of abuse that you received, however directly or indirectly, but that were emanating from both the brothers and from other witnesses?
Yes.
Was it a significant corroborating factor?
It was a significant corroborating factor.
And is it that kind of corroborating factor that you look for in every family evaluation?
Yes.
Would it be significant for, as corroborating factors, if you knew that in Kitty Menendez's family, her father would beat her brother, her mother would intervene, and her mother got beaten for intervening, and then her mother stopped intervening? Would that be a significant factor in assessing why Kitty Menendez may have been emotionally unavailable to her own sons in a similar situation?
Yes, that gives even more detail,
come here.
more precise detail
Kitty.
on whose behavior and what the response is. Yes.
And are you familiar with information from Erik Menendez that his mother would, when frustrated with him,
Give me a
particularly
second,
over
guys.
schoolwork issues, pull his hair and call him dummy?
Yes.
And would it be significant for you in corroborating that information from him if you learned that Kitty Menendez's mother did the exact same thing to her, pulled her hair and called her dummy, and Erik Menendez was not even born then and he couldn't have seen it?
Yes, that's important.
Would there be any significance to you in corroborating the reports of abuse that were received from the Menendez brothers and the reports of their mother's behavior if it was known that her own mother drank and there was a serious problem with alcohol in her own family?
Yes, that's an important factor.
Would it be significant to you in corroborating the statements made by Erik Menendez to you about his, and by Lyle Menendez, about their mother's unwillingness to consider divorce, no matter how miserable she was, that she was taught by her mother that divorce was an absolutely unacceptable alternative because of the grief that a divorce caused her own mother?
Yes, not only the grief, but what she saw happening to her mother after the father left.
What did she see happening to her mother after her father left?
Well, the mother had a nervous breakdown, was hospitalized. There were serious aftermath from that dissolution of the marriage.
And would that reinforce the notion that Kitty Menendez, therefore, herself would not provide any escape from the family situation for either herself or her children?
Yes.
And would that therefore corroborate the Menendez brothers when they testified that their mother refused to even consider leaving their father, refused to escape?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, in this motion.
All right, the prosecution wishes to inquire.
Yes. Dr. Burgess, were you able to talk to Mrs. Menendez to ask her how she felt about these things? You weren't, were you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. It's so specious and
Okay,
argumentative in
counsel,
the hearing.
your objection takes more time than the witness's response saying no. So let's get-
Still an objection to the
that's
question.
true, but it's wasting time. This is not in front of the jury. It's just a hearing to decide what.
Kinda funny.
Testify in front of the jury. So let's get on with it.
No.
Okay. You are extrapolating what you think her state of mind would have been based upon information given to you by other people, correct?
Well, I'm looking at the behavior and the acts and the description of the acts of what occurred.
Okay, you're talking about her behavior or the behavior of other people in her presence? Are you talking about both?
Both.
Okay. The information that you got about the family history came from her relatives, is that correct?
That is correct.
Her sister?
Her sister.
Did you talk to her brothers?
No, I did not talk to her brothers.
If Kitty Menendez had grown up in a non-abusive household, would that change your opinion as to whether or not Erik Menendez was abused?
Not whether he was abused. It can still be abused without having grown up in a family of abuse.
So in other words, Kitty Menendez could have been an abusive or allowed abuse to occur in her home, whether or not she grew up in an abusive home herself.
Well, it's more unlikely than not that she would. She would have protected the sons.
Okay, now you have no evidence to suggest that Mr. Menendez grew up in an abusive home, do you?
Not in an abusive home, no.
And you have no evidence to suggest that either Mrs. or Mr. Menendez had been sexually abused as children, correct?
That is correct.
Are you willing to testify in court that the absence of sexual abuse by the parents means that they are less likely to have been child molesters themselves?
I'm going to object to the form of the question because I don't think that's appropriate testimony. It's not a matter of her willingness.
Well, do you understand the question?
No, I'd really like you to reframe it.
Okay. The fact that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez appear to have no history of having been abused sexually, okay, would your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Menendez, for instance, was sexually abusing his son Erik change because of that fact?
Well, no, not because of that fact, because in these kinds of families, it's very rare that you're going to get them to disclose that. So just because there's no report doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
But you have no way of proving any intergenerational sexual child abuse on the part of on Mr. Menendez's family, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that in your opinion, the presence of the physically abusive family in Kitty Menendez's past would have caused her to behave a certain way, correct?
Well, her past provides her the opportunity to see what goes on in an abusive family and how the parents, who she's, as the child is watching, how they behave. And that very much affects how a child develops their own ability to deal in such a situation if it occurs.
Now, people who are raised in abusive homes are able to break the pattern of abuse, correct?
That has been noted, yes.
Okay. And if Mrs. Menendez had not been raised in an abusive home, it would not change your opinion as to whether or not Erik Menendez had been abused. And I'm using abused generically in the three ways, right?
Yes. No, it doesn't change the fact that he was abused.
And it doesn't change your.
Wait a
Let's
minute.
back up.
Yeah.
The fact that he was abused is not for you to say.
Right, okay. Could you repeat
That
your
was the
question?
Well, that was also her answer. Go ahead.
Would the absence of intergenerational abuse in Mrs. Menendez's family change your opinion as to her behavior? In other words, would you be less likely to believe that she was allowed these things to go on in the home, or that she countenanced the beating of her children, the sexual molestation of her children?
Well, the intergenerational abuse explains her behavior in all of those things you've just identified, in her inability to be able to protect her sons.
But if she had not received such abuse, would that cause you to change your opinion that these things occurred?
But she did, so it's hard to say that she didn't. I mean, that's asking it in the reverse.
Okay. The fact that there's no evidence to suggest that Jose Menendez came from an abusive family, and I'm using abuse generically, does that change your opinion or affect your opinion as to whether or not he was engaged in this kind of behavior?
No, well, the family that he came from is a very important part of this, because while there is no documented amount of abuse, the discipline and so forth and the favoritism that's shown him does play a very important part in this, so that family patterns are critical to the way people then move into their own families.
Okay, but my question is the fact that you have no evidence to support the notion of intergenerational abuse in Jose Menendez's family, that does not change your opinion about Jose Menendez, does it?
As an abuser, no.
All right. So the intergenerational abuse theory, as far as he is concerned, doesn't change your opinion, right?
But I've said there are other factors that go on. One always takes a careful history as far back as they possibly can to see what are the factors that are involved, of which abuse is certainly one very critical part of it.
Well, also, he could have been not abused by his family, but abused by someone else. And then that could have led to him being, I mean, I know what she's hammering on is this theory of intergenerational abuse, but that's not the only way that somebody ends up an abuser. It could also be that he's got some sort of mental issue that has resulted in him being abusive. That, maybe didn't show up in the previous generation or generation before that, but somewhere along the line was in his genes. I don't know. It's possible. There are a number of ways that you could end up with someone being an abuser, to include intergenerational abuse.
And I believe that the sole source of your information as to Mrs. Menendez's family was her sister. Is that
Her
correct?
sister in interviews, yes.
Okay, but not the brothers.
The brothers, I think there were interviews.
And
Contact.
those you considered in this intergenerational abuse.
Yes, I considered all the information I had available to review.
All right, I have no further questions.
Did you also consider the information Menendez gave Dr. Summerfield about her childhood?
Oh, yes, right.
Did you also consider the interview with her cousin where her cousin observed the father beating the mother and the mother not wearing underwear when she hit the floor?
Yes.
And with respect to Mr. Menendez's family, is family history important even if it isn't a history that shows that a child was abused?
Yes, it is very important.
With respect to Jose Menendez's family, what are the significant factors that you saw in his upbringing that corroborates what the history of abuse that other witnesses have given?
Well, some of the factors that are involved in his upbringing have to do with his relationship with his mother in terms of being favored, and the father's role and the mother's role. Those are critical. He did leave home at an early age to come to America. Then he, in terms of his upbringing, continued. But there were factors about his some of his behavior in Cuba, his being, I think, expelled or sent out of schools and things like that. That's all important information, has to be considered.
So it isn't just intergenerational abuse, it's intergenerational patterns and models and
Yes.
and just the way people are raised tend to corroborate later claims that they acted in conformity with those early behaviors.
Yeah, because you can never guarantee that abuse hasn't occurred just because nobody reports it.
With respect to Mr. Menendez and the way that he was raised, is it relevant for this incredible, people have described him as being extremely egomaniacal and very overly self-confident and very arrogant. Are there things that you see in his childhood that support someone developing those personality traits?
Are you now stating the defense intends to offer the background of Jose Menendez, his upbringing, as evidence to be brought before this jury as well?
Well, Your Honor, I haven't decided whether I explicitly want to bring it out, but I just want the court to understand the significance of looking at family history, period, whether it's to see abuse or whether it's to see, if you will, spoiling. Either way, the point is that it makes people what they are, and that corroborates when other people say they act in conformity with those personalities.
Well, the court is trying to ascertain whether or not you intend to introduce this evidence as well.
Well, I would like to introduce the evidence of how Jose Menendez appears to have been treated in his family that could explain his particular personality matrix.
All right. And again, Dr. Burgess, you say it's
Well,
important.
that also could have some implication on whether or not the brothers felt comfortable in talking to the various adults in the family. If everybody gave him so much deference, having that history of that, it would be helpful for that issue as well.
Important to have all this information. Important in what context? What would you be doing with all this information?
You're looking for explanations for what has occurred.
For what purpose?
What purpose? Because what the research shows is there are linkages to these kinds of behaviors that can be noted.
And this is for the purpose of treatment of the individuals involved?
Well, first you have to verify it, and then, yes, treatment is an important part.
Okay. And that's why you want to get all this information for the purpose of treatment, isn't that right?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to
Wait,
the
let's
court.
counsel. I'm asking the questions, and it's appropriate questions.
It's
So
not in front of the jury, so
I'm
don't
objecting
worry.
that the
overruled.
court is leading.
Objection overruled.
Well, it would depend what your task is. I mean, it really would be considered irresponsible not to get that kind of information for an evaluation report.
Okay, and you do all sorts of evaluations for different purposes.
Yes,
And one of those purposes is to evaluate individuals who have been victimized for the purpose of treating them
that
for
is,
whatever they've suffered as a result of the victimization.
that's correct.
Okay, and in regards to Mrs. Menendez, you accepted as true certain information that you received in some interviews that were conducted of her relatives, is that right?
Yes, I did.
and also accepted as true certain information in some psychiatric notes that were prepared or psychological notes that were prepared by a psychologist. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you consider those in making any decisions as to the opinions you've expressed relating to whether or not Erik Menendez had been sexually abused?
Yes, I did.
And in what way did you consider that?
Well, I considered it in terms of what had his parents had as prior background, and to explain why specifically the mother's behavior as well as perhaps the father's behavior. And once you have some understanding of that, it is an important factor in coming to a conclusion or an opinion.
Opinion about what?
Opinion about abuse, about whether somebody has been abused or not.
And you've indicated in your examination.
Oh, hang on. What? Lost one of my earbuds. Okay.
By the prosecution that as far as your opinion that Erik Menendez had been abused, sexually abused, that would be your opinion regardless of.
1 second. Sorry. I am having some issues here. Let me just make sure. Sometimes this happens. Okay. Audio. Hang on. No, that's not going to work. Okay. All right. I'm just going to play it through my computer. Let me know if you start hearing an echo or something that's annoying.
So whether you had this information about the mother or father's upbringing, is that correct?
Well, I took it into consideration, so I've already done that. I'm not sure I'd have to go back and separate out whether it wouldn't be a factor.
Well, you
Now,
answered earlier that you would have had the same opinion anyway.
Well, what's important is that the mother is unable to intervene and that this doesn't stop. So it does now become a continuing pattern. And that's very important as to why it continues and why the events keep escalating.
Well, is the significance to you the fact that the mother did not intervene, or the fact that the mother had some upbringing that resulted in her not intervening?
Well, her upbringing was one of the factors in her not being able to intervene because of not only what she witnessed, but also how she formulated her behavior for being in a family.
But as far as your opinion as to whether or not the defendant Erik Menendez had been abused, the important thing for you, or in making an evaluation was that the mother did not intervene. Is that correct?
Well, that's one of the important factors, yes.
Okay. And whether she had been abused or not abused as a child, or whether she had witnessed abuse rather as a child, didn't matter as far as determining whether or not she intervened or did not intervene.
No, I felt it did matter.
In what way?
Because it allowed her to look at both situations, and she saw what the outcome was for her mother, and she learned the message that the mother had, and that really set her into motion in terms of her own behavior.
All right. That's your opinion as to why she did not intervene. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But as far as whether Erik Menendez had been molested, is it not the significant feature of the situation that she did not intervene, as opposed to why she did not intervene?
Well, it's not only that she didn't intervene, but she also facilitated. I mean, that whole factor, it is the father that is the abuser, but she, in many ways, supports this by not intervening. So the collaborative kind of aspect comes in.
And again, the significant feature was that she did not intervene.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to
Is that
object.
true?
Well, she doesn't stop it, yes.
Is that a significant feature for you?
Yes.
All right. Yes.
Dr. Burgess, because sexual molestation and abuse are never witnessed, how important is it to have corroborative details before you will formulate an opinion that someone was sexually molested?
Well, that is very important to have that. if
If
you
you-
can.
Okay, if you had a report that Kitty Menendez came from a perfect, happy childhood, okay, with a perfectly non-abusive family, would that have made it harder, if not impossible, for you to accept the fact that what Erik Menendez was telling you about his mother's non-intervention in 12 years of sexual molestation was true?
Yes, it would.
And
Could we
is-
break that down and have that question read back and read the question back, please?
So I stand corrected. We're not getting into cross-examination in this one for sure. We've got like 5 minutes left of this, but I'll keep going until the end of the of this episode. But this has been very interesting. We don't usually watch this stuff that is outside the presence of the jury, but this is short enough and interesting enough that I think it's worthwhile.
Question, if you had a report that Kitty Menendez came from a perfect, happy childhood, okay, with a perfectly non-abusive family, would that have made it harder, if not impossible, for you to accept the fact that what Erik Menendez was telling you about his mother's non-intervention in 12 years of sexual molestation was true?
Right, would that have made it impossible for you to believe that?
It would make it very hard for me to believe it. I don't know whether absolutely impossible, but certainly puts a whole different aspect to it.
So the key factor for you in deciding that the mother acted the way she did and that this molestation occurred was the mother's background, upbringing? So
To explain her behavior in this matter.
Now, it's true, Dr. Burgess, isn't it, that not all abuse is intergenerational because somebody's got to start it somewhere.
That's correct.
And with respect to Jose Menendez as a child molester, I take it was not necessary for you to determine as a matter of fact that he was molested as a child before you could accept that he might himself have molested his son.
That's true.
But he is the perpetrator, correct?
That's correct.
Is it more important to try to understand on some level why a non-perpetrator of the abuse, such as the mother, would tolerate what is clearly morally wrong behavior?
Yes.
And is that why the mother's background in tolerating abuse is so important?
Yes.
Now, you understand when you're doing an evaluation for forensic purposes, that credibility becomes the critical issue, not treatment.
Yes.
You're not going to treat Erik Menendez for anything that happened to him.
No, I'm not.
And you understand that having put 50 hours into this, your reputation is on the line as well, your credibility.
Yes, it is.
And is that why a corroborating factor like this is of such significance?
Yes.
And you also testified, did you not, that you look at reports based on the context? Erik Menendez is in jail, charged with murder. Doesn't that make you scrutinize everything he says even more?
Very much so, yes.
So more than when you're just evaluating a potential patient for treatment, aren't these corroborative facts even more critical?
Yes.
Do you want to ask a question? Would the court allow co-counsel to ask a question? Because I cannot read his handwriting, and I think he wants to ask something.
Yes, this was a hearing that involves Lyle Menendez as well, sure.
Just two questions. Doctor, you said that the basis for your opinion about intergenerational abuse was, number one, the family history provided to you, and the second basis was the therapy notes of Kitty Menendez as therapist.
Yes.
Are those two sources of information, that is family history from relatives and therapy notes of Mrs. Menendez, the kind of information which experts in your field, that is the field of child abuse, typically and normally rely upon in forming opinions about whether someone has been molested or not?
Well, you may not always get that kind of information, but it certainly is critical to have if you can get it.
And is it something that you reasonably rely upon in forming your opinion?
Yes.
That's all.
All right, and did the prosecution have any questions along these lines?
The fact that Mrs. Menendez came from a home where there was abuse, leads you to the conclusion
Can't hear shit.
that a molestation occurred. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't lead me to the conclusion, but it is a very supportive factor. As I look at all of the information, I think that the example where if it was not there and there was no other way to explain this, statements from the defendant would have been, would sift through very differently. But because it was there was very important. No, I'm not sure I said it wouldn't have been. I said it would have been difficult. I think it's what I just tried to answer is without that information, it would be very hard to put together other aspects of why this happened. It's corroborating. In other words, the presence of it is a corroborating factor.
I have nothing further.
All right, anything else? Is he here? All right, how long would that take? All right, I'll be glad to hear that. So let's expedite it and go through as quickly as we can. So
Okay. So that's the end of this. Let me get a couple questions before we head out. Let's see here. Oh, PJC Wizard, I'm late to the game, but why didn't the jury hear this testimony? So this was just to actually let me get into that. Okay. So this last portion was outside of the presence of the jury because they were doing essentially a voir dire. They were going through asking her questions that they are likely to get into, or asking questions to kind of get the pop the hood and look through the engine, so to speak, before they actually go through that process. In order to determine if this is the kind of stuff that she can properly testify to in front of the jury. Is it appropriate? Does it fit within the rules of evidence? Is it going to be helpful for the jury to ultimately make a determination on XYZ? So they do this. They've been doing this throughout the trial with a bunch of the witnesses, and especially with expert witnesses, because they're trying to figure out how far can they go? Is this outside the scope of what the jury can hear, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what they were doing here, and that's why the jury didn't get to hear it. Tish wants to know, how much do you think we have left of the entire trial? Let's see here. So this was episode 74 on Court TV's website. It goes all the way until let's see. Let's see. The last closing arguments are 117. So we've got a ways to go. We're a substantial way through now at this point, but we do have quite a ways to go. 120. There are a total of 121. 121 like episodes on Court TV's website, and the last one is the retrial hearing. So that would be very interesting to watch as well. I think that we'll probably end up watching all of these. So sometimes it's just one per episode of ours, depending on how long it is. Sometimes I merge a couple of them together. So yeah, we're a good way through. We're at, like I said, we're at 74, and there's like 121 total. So we're definitely more than halfway, but we're not out of the woods just yet. Let's see here. Tish, Lyle's lawyer were arguing even when it's specifically in front of Erik's jury. Well, there might be a question as to whether she's able to testify to this stuff in front of Lyle's jury. The judge allowed him to ask some questions because of the fact that this could potentially impact Lyle the testimony that's heard in front of Lyle's jury as well. So that's why. Okay, so Tish. Oh, so we might not start with Pam until next week. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to hear from Pam until next week. So the episode next week is going to be. Let's see here. Actually, we're going to be interrupted by another witness before we finalize the testimony by Dr. Ann Burgess. It's going to be Dr. John Conti. It's going to be next week. I haven't looked at the timings. Maybe both of them. I'm not sure. But the next person is going to be someone else. So anyway, this is we're going to hear from a bunch more doctors as well, looks like. Okay. All right. So I think that is it. Okay. Yep, that's it. So thank you so much, you guys, for joining me for another episode of classic trials. I know this has been such a long journey and we still have a ways to go. But I appreciate you guys joining me on it. Let's see. Later on this week, keep an eye out for members only live stream to those of you who are members. I'm going to try to do it on Thursday. If not, I'm going to scrap it this week for another. Also, sorry about this. I know you asked this earlier, Debbie Faison Cook, what time is the hearing tomorrow? So the hearing in Courtney Clenny already happened. So we're going to watch a replay of it, but we will be watching it at 10 a.m. East Coast time tomorrow. So definitely join us for that. That's going to be a very spicy hearing. And then it looks like in the Courtney Clenny case, there's a follow-up hearing scheduled for February 16th at 9:30 East Coast time. So maybe, I'm sure that there will be cameras in the courtroom again for that one. So maybe we can actually watch that one live even. We'll see. Okay. All right. That for me about does it. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you guys in the